One moment. What's my... I had a key binding. Hold on, I had a shortcut for this thing. Is it this one? Ah, found it. Welcome to another Project Feline live stream, or dev stream. I'm gonna call these dev streams, I've decided. I needed a name for these things. I've got the dev logs, but then I just had live streams, but like everyone does live streams, that's boring. Mine are gonna be called dev streams, because it's like, you know, it's deving. You know, I'm not like them gaming streamers. You know what I'm saying? So welcome to another dev stream with your host, Project Feline, working more today on Project Feline. We've got some exciting stuff on the roster today. So we're going to be continuing from the last stream, but I've done a lot more of fixing up code and stuff, like the boring stuff. I did a bit of that through the rest of since the last stream. And we'll be doing some more fun, exciting things. I'm going to be learning how to animate UI elements, which is going to be really cool because I've never done it before, but I've done a lot of animation before. So I'm assuming it shouldn't be that difficult, but you never know. You never know. But yeah, thanks for joining me. I know it's such short notice. I tend not to schedule these in advance. I just kind of like, I have my work schedule and that just goes, and then it's like, on whatever day I'll decide, oh, this might be fun to stream. So thanks for all coming. I appreciate it. I'm going to catch you guys up real quick on where we left things last. So we had the game mode oh, hold on, I got a bit of... Sorry, I had a bit of gunk on my keys there. That's fixed up now. So we have those UI changes. Very nice. I have changed them a little bit more to kind of be more compact. But I've also changed the way... I've added some new things to the scoring system because I'm trying to think about the fun factor of like playing these levels over and over. And I'll show you what I mean. So I'm going to try and... I've made this little area like a test for this system, just this little corridor. When we get to the goal object, we've got our results screen. And you see I did pretty bad there. I did terribly there. I took way too long. And it actually factors in more things now. So I'd spent the last stream putting the pieces of this system back together because I think in the build that you guys have, which is from like a year and a half ago or something, it has a semblance of this system in there for the ranking system, where it actually factors in more than just your completion time, but a few other factors. I've sort of taken that and gone a little bit more with it in the past few days. So if I go and I'm going to restart this again, I'm trying to get a higher rank. It isn't just about clear time. So if I restart this and do it as fast as possible and skip all the collectibles, I'll get a B rank, which is okay. It's not terrible. It's not a D rank. I'm using the letters right now because a lot of people are asking if I'm going to use letters. So I put letters in for the moment, but whether or not I'll keep those as letters or as something else, like some other, what do you call it? Aesthetic I don't know. Like I've got a few ideas of like for the rank result being either grade letters like in high school, you know, where you get an A plus or whatever, or, you know, whether it would be like a star system or like a medal thing where it's like you got a gold medal or a bronze medal, or like if you get 5 stars or 4 stars. Like, I don't know, like they all kind of, programming wise, it's all the same. It's just a cosmetic difference. That's the word I was looking for, cosmetic. So at the moment, I've just put the letters because that's what was there in the old build. Now, there are a few in this version of it. I think there's 5 different ranks you can get. And I got a B rank. And the way that works is I didn't get any points because I brought those back in now. I took those out for a while, but I put them back in because it gives... Because what I want, and what I was hoping to achieve with this rank system, is that it factors in all of the game's mechanics into the rank, not just the completion time. So I know that that's one big... It's one of the big factors of the rank, but there's actually a few other smaller factors that will contribute as well. For example, if I go in and just collect the collectibles... that will actually give me a much higher rank if I complete it in that same time. Yeah, so if I complete it in under the par time and get all the, well, not all of the collectibles, just enough collectibles, I'm not going to have a thing where it's like you need to collect all of a certain amount, because I'm going to have them like spread out across alternate routes, and it'll be impossible to collect everyone in the level. But if you go out of your way to try and get some, and then if I place them in a smart way where they're put in alternate routes and stuff, if you like collect some while you're trying to go as fast as possible, it adds like that extra bit of challenge, and you do get rewarded because it does factor into your rank. So I've added this new thing into this rank system that has never been there before, called the cog bonus. So you do get points from collecting cogs, as you can see here. My score at the moment for this mission clear is 100 points, because you get 10 points to the score when you collect a cog. But I wanted to add like a bit extra to it, so I've added this other thing where you actually get a bonus score with the amount you get. Because one thing I was thinking about, because this is something I haven't implemented yet, but this is something I'm still thinking about, is the health system as well. And I think I had the suggestion from, might have been my level designer, I can't remember, but there was a idea being thrown around that the cogs could work into health or something like that. Sort of like if you like collect them and you take damage, you just lose cogs or something like that. Just to kind of, because the health system right now completely sucks. Like that 3-hit system, I don't know. No one's really vibing it. I saw some guy play, he uploaded a video to the subreddit a few days ago, and I watched it. It was really funny. It was a really good playthrough. But he kept dying, and I was like, yeah, this, and he kept, the thing that's so funny, this was so generous, is that he didn't like trash the game. He just kind of went, oh, I died? What? And then he kept playing, and I'm like, dude, I'm so sorry, but like, thanks for not losing your patience and quitting, but also, yeah, you shouldn't have to put up with that. Like, that's on me. So I left a comment saying I would rework it, because I think for new players that are going into more levels with enemies and stuff, it's just very unfair, because you literally take 1 hit or 3 hits. Well, the thing is, the hit system doesn't even work half the time. It like bugs out, and you'll get like 2 hits from 1 attack or something. So I want to like rework all of that at some point, but for the moment, we're just going to stay focused on the rank system. But that little thing I added might lean into how I do the health system later. It might sort of tie in somehow, because it's like factoring in the amount of cogs you've actually collected by the time you reach the end, in case you lose any sort of thing. So that way, you know, it's not just about collecting them, but it's about keeping them. But again, I haven't implemented any of that yet. I don't even know if that's an idea we'll stick with. It's just throwing ideas around, but that's kind of one of the reasons I added this in. Another factor that goes in as well is the enemies. These don't make up a huge... These actually don't make up a large... Like, they don't factor in that much, but they do factor in a little bit. So the way I've done the numbers, because it's a little complicated, but the way I've essentially tried to do it is that the biggest factor for the max rank is your completion time. The second biggest factor is the amount of collectibles you've got, and the third biggest factor is the amount of enemies you defeat. But it's really, I guess it's really more about the points you get, which happens, the only way to get points happens to be by killing enemies and collecting these cogs. But there might be other things in future you can do to collect points, like just as an idea. So yeah, that's kind of how it is. But I've also made some changes to the way that the time bonus is calculated, because last time I had some weird thing where it would subtract a number of points for every second after a certain time threshold or a par time was reached. I've kind of changed that a little now. So the way that this works, and I know it's probably like a lot to digest right now, but for any of you guys that are watching that plan on speedrunning this game, this info might be helpful, because I think it's very likely that this is the rank system I'll end up sticking with. But if I go to the rank component on the mission, I've done something I think is really cool. So here are the prerequisite scores for each rank, and you can set these per level. So in this example scene, you need 2,400 points for an S rank. And here are all the labels, and they're indexed too. Then you need 1,800 for an A. Oh, I didn't mean to backspace that. 1,400 for B rank, 800 for a C rank, and anything below this is just D rank by default. And then I've got these new variables here called min par time and max par time. So instead of a time penalty, which I still have here, I'm going to remove this variable because this is obsolete now. So what's going to happen instead is that the time bonus, there's a maximum amount you get awarded, which is 1,400 points in this case. If your clear time is under the min par time, that's like you will get the maximum. So as long as your clear time is under 10 seconds, you will get the maximum time bonus. But after the min par time, it then starts subtracting a certain amount of points per second until it reaches the max par time. After 20 seconds, it will have fully depleted the time bonus. So this time penalty is now dynamically calculated depending on that, because it felt weird to type in a time bonus penalty because I don't know I don't get as much control as a game designer on how long you can take. Whereas in this new variable, I can explicitly say that, you know, in this case, 20 seconds. If you take longer than 20 seconds, you get no time bonus. But if you take under 10 seconds, you get the full time bonus. So it gives me a lot of control over the suggested speed at which players should be able to complete levels. So for a big level, for example, one of the main ones, I could set a min par time of like a minute, which would like guarantee an S rank. So if you do it in under a minute, you do get an S rank or an A rank if you try and collect some collectibles along the way. But I can also say that this is the maximum amount of time the player can take to finish the level before there is no time bonus left. So if they take longer than 6 minutes, like I could type in 60 times 6, which will give us the amount of seconds, because this works in seconds. So after 360 seconds, that is the maximum allotted time that the time bonus will be there. And the closer they get to 360 seconds, the less of this time bonus they get, because it divided by the time. So then after this amount, 0 time bonus. So it as a designer, it's just a lot simpler to think of it that way, because I can essentially set the start and end, like the parameters of what is an acceptable clear time. So anyway, I know that's a little complex, but that's sort of some of the changes I've been doing. That's why I didn't want to stream that stuff, because it's a lot of maths, and I'm terrible at maths. So I wanted to just do that off stream, just so that I could, you know, fumble around and figure it out. But I figured it out. Sorry, I didn't mean to whack my microphone. Now we're going to get to the fun stuff. So this is the part where the results screen, as I'll play the results screen again, because it's very, very low energy. You know what I'm saying? It's very boring. Like, you look at it, I know that it looks slightly nicer now with the widgets and the font choice, but it's just kind of, it's not, you know, no one's feeling that. No one's feeling excited by that. I mean, weirdly enough, some people are excited enough about this to keep playing my levels in the test build, but I want it to be even better. I want it to be a cool sequence when you finish the game, when you finish a level, it has this nice little fanfare and stuff. In lieu of that, I want to show you something real quick. I gotta have you listen to something, because this is just like a placeholder, but I thought you guys might enjoy it. I think my Australian viewers will appreciate this. Let me just turn my desktop audio on. Is my desktop audio on? Oh wait, yeah, hold on. I'm gonna turn my desktop audio on so you guys can hear it. And I'll show you. I've made one little change to the results screen just as an idea, but I gotta do more to it. But I just want to show you what the rock's cooking. So if I turn up all my volume, you should be able to hear the game audio. think, yeah, that's coming through, I think. So watch this. So if I hit the results screen, so for my Americans out there, you probably don't understand the reference. My Australian viewers will be having PTSD right now, thinking that their boomer parents have turned on the news, because that's like the ABC News theme song. Now, this is a placeholder. I'm not putting this in the actual game. Don't worry. There's just an idea of what I want the result screen to sound like, you know? So it's a little placeholder idea I thought I'd try out. I think it's really funny. It does go hard, though. It's actually so awesome. I've actually been obsessed with the ABC branding and theme music for a long time, and I thought, how can I? Because you know how the creation process is sometimes, right? It's like you'll get bits of inspiration and you don't quite know how it all fits. But I've been fixated on this particular thing for years. Like 2 years ago, I started getting really into the ABC branding and the Channel 9 branding and the Channel 7 branding, because it's actually really good. Like I don't watch TV that much. I'm not really a news kind of guy. I don't really care what happens in the world mostly, but the branding is fascinating because it's very polished, and I think Australia in particular has very high production value news in terms of like the way it's presented. And I thought I would love to compose my own music that sounds like one of these news theme songs, because they're really catchy and they're very epic. Like it sort of has that what's the phrase? It feels like there's high stakes. And then it just hit me. It's like, maybe that's what the results screen music could be like. Because I've been trying to think, how could I make a song like that? Where would it fit? And I thought, that could be the results screen. The results screen could feel like that. So I thought I'd just put that idea out there. I'm going to have to compose my own music, obviously. But I'm looking forward to the day I get to do that, because it's going to be heaps of fun. But anyway, we'll move on to what I need to do today. Will the game freeze when in the results screen? At the moment, when you say freeze, it pauses, like you can't move, but it doesn't freeze. Like it doesn't what's it? Like it doesn't crash the game, if that's what you mean. Anyway, so what I need to do for the results screen here. So here's I've made a few changes to it since last stream, but I've got this empty slot widget, and this is where all of the widgets get put in. So the way that this works is like the actual code will take the metrics from the HUD in the top corner there, and when I hit the result screen, it actually moves them to a new slot on the result screen, which is this. So if you put widgets in here, so I can like drag and drop, and it'll automatically sort them. So I can just add them. So this is what the code's doing, but I can just do it manually, and I can rearrange these, and it just automatically sorts them in a vertical list. Now, what I want to happen is when it gets put in that slot, I want it to animate in, like it's sliding in from the side of the screen or something, or fading in with like a bit of action going on, just so it doesn't just, appear there instantly. That's what I want. So I've done a little bit of research, but this is the first time I'm going to be doing this in practice, is that I'm going to be trying to animate these metrics. So I've got a tutorial open on my other screen that I'm going to be following, and we're going to see how it goes. But I'm pretty familiar with animation in other software, so I don't think it should be too hard. Yeah, so Super Nintendo, yeah, so that's an idea I've got as well. I think last stream I mentioned that I wanted to do some kind of pose, but that is going to be, it's going to take a bit more work, because that's going to be animating Gabby. So I want to maybe get to that at the end of the task, but at the moment I just want to sort of do as much in engine as possible and then go off and create some animations at the end, because that's going to be the most fun bit, I think. But I need to have the system and everything in place first, because at the moment, another thing I'd like to have, if I can play the game, is... whoa, why is it slow motion? Oh, there we go. Is when you complete the level, I would like if the camera moved as well. Like if it actually moved and faced Gabby, because at the moment it looks really awkward with Gabby with her back facing the camera. And yeah, you could say, oh, well, why don't you just like animate it to flip around like for Gabby? But I would like personally for the camera to move and frame Gabby in the right third of the screen, so that it just it's just more visually harmonious that way, because it looks really awkward with her in the middle of the screen and then the metrics on one side. It just doesn't look balanced. So I'd like to be able to move the camera to face the front of Gabby and have her on the right third of the frame, and then have her do a pose. But I think, yeah, it'd be hard to create a pose if I don't know where the camera is going to be, because what I need to do in Blender is position the camera in the scene the right way, and then animate Gabby from the perspective of the camera to make sure that it looks right from the angle you're going to be seeing it from. So, yeah, so we'll do that near the end, but I'm looking forward to that. Now, to do this, now keep in mind, for those who know how to do this in Unreal, don't like try and backseat me here, okay? I'm just learning how to do this for the first time, and I'm gonna probably make a lot of blunders, so I just want to keep that in mind. Don't punch your computer monitor, okay? Just keep cool. I'm just trying to explore and figure this out. So apparently, to create an animation, you have to go to this animations tab at the bottom, and I'm gonna give that a shot. So I'm gonna go plus, and we'll call this what should I name this? I'll call it enter, I guess. And I'll make another one called exit. Now, I believe this is the, down the bottom. This looks pretty familiar. This looks like a keyframe timeline editor. So we're gonna go and create a track. I just don't know exactly what object, because I think you can animate every one of these. I only want to animate the size. I think the size box is what I want. Actually, you know, I'm not sure. Oh, okay, this might be kind of tricky, actually, because the way that this works, this isn't being drawn on a canvas. So I think I need to wrap this with a retainer box so that I can move it, I think. Because it should have a transform tool, yeah, called translation that I can, yeah, there we go. Now I can actually move it, because I want it to kind of come in from the side. Actually, does the scale box have, okay, that also has translation. But I feel like maybe that should just be wrapped in this retainer, just as an empty thing, because I might want to change the size box or something. So I'll parent it all to a retainer box just for safety, to keep so that all the animation is on this and it doesn't interfere with the rest. And yeah, so I want to animate, oh, I think that, is that a keyframe button? I think that is. So I want to animate the translation. And it looks like it's added something cool. I'm going to zoom out because it's really hard for me to, oh yeah, sorry. The layout of this is probably terrible, isn't it? Like my face cam's probably covering a lot of this. Okay, I'm gonna try my best. Okay, I'm gonna try my best to like have this in frame so you guys can see. But it looks like it's added. Here we go. So we can open up the properties and go translation. So we want to add. Can I add a frame? Add new key. Did that do anything? Oh, I need to set the duration. Okay, cool. So we'll make it. I want to say 0.2. That seems okay. And then we'll add another here. I want to delete that one. Now, I think I can then give it a value of like negative, let's go for negative 50. Let's see how that looks. Oh, cool. Okay, we got some movement going on. Okay, we might want a bit more movement. So let's go negative, let's try negative 200. Okay, I like that. That's really cool. Let's also add some opacity, so if we can have it fade in while it does that, that'd be really cool, I think. Does this have an opacity control on the retainer box? I think it should. It should have it somewhere. Oh, here we go, render opacity. Just up there. So I'll just add a keyframe to the beginning. Oh, cool. Wait a minute. So you can actually change the duration of, so you can actually change the keyframe duration of each property. That is fascinating. I thought it was like for the whole animation. That's really cool. I didn't know that. Okay, now we're gonna do another keyframe. So we'll change the render opacity to 0 if it lets. There we go. Cool. So if I zoom out, it should fade in. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Wow, that was really easy. I thought this was going to be really hard for some reason. But we're not out of the woods yet, though, because I actually still need to... I need to program these to actually play at the right time. That's going to be the... I think that's going to be where we have the most difficulty. Oh, what's this? Almost 100k. Wait, really? No way. Hold on, I haven't checked in a while. Am I seriously almost at 100? That's pretty pog. That's pretty gabbers. Hold on. Oh, my Chrome's... No, Chrome! No! Chrome is freezing. Hold on. If I don't touch the computer... Okay. Chrome, please. Why is Chrome freezing? I hope this doesn't crash the stream. Oh, I want to be real careful. I don't want everything to crash right now. You know what? I'm going to save this. I'm going to save this real quick. Just in case. Because I wanted to go and check, but my Chrome is just... Even the chat window's frozen. I actually don't know if the stream's still coming through or not. Let me close Unreal. I just want to make sure... I think there might be running out of memory. Okay, I think it's back now. All right. Okay, chat window's back. I don't know. Did you guys? I don't know if you experienced anything. I don't know. But let's go and check how it's doing. Yeah, I haven't really. Yeah, because my I think my subs have been at like the same number for the last like 2 years, so I haven't really been checking on it that much. Oh wow. Hey, that's pretty good actually. Hold on. Yeah, my Chrome is really slow. I'm very sorry. Has anything new happened with SA? No, thankfully, not yet. Not yet. Wow, yeah, that's pretty good. Damn, thanks guys. I appreciate that. Can we get it to 90.4 by the end of the stream? Oh, that'd be epic. By the way, while we're on the topic of numbers, and while I open Unreal, I just want to remind you guys that there are 6 days left to join the crate gang, which I am wearing right now. You see that massive crate? I don't know if that's in frame or not, but you see that massive crate? That could be you. All right, you could be part of the crate gang in 6 more days. Store.projectfeline.com. Check it out. And I also have if you don't like wearing shirts, I get it. Shirts isn't everyone's thing. But if you're not a shirts guy, you might be a mugs guy. And I like mugs. I'm a shirts and a mug person myself. I like owning both of those items. And this one, yeah, I'm really proud of this one actually, because this took like a whole week to draw Gabby, because it's a very high quality render, like hand drawn. It has like way more polish on it than any of my other illustrations. I'm quite proud of it, but it might be a little biased, maybe a little bit. But the coffee tastes great in this mug, so check it out. I'd appreciate it. With the money I get from merch sales, I can like pay my lawyer back, which would be pretty cool. So yeah, so that's my trade offer. You receive Crate Gang membership, and I receive funds to pay back my lawyer. I think that's a pretty fair trade. So anyway, I'll stop plugging the merch now. But if you do want to check it out, I would appreciate that so much. The more people I get wearing these, the better, because then I'm not alone in the world. Because I don't know, I have never seen anyone in my immediate vicinity wear one of these, and my dream in life is to go outside one day and see someone wearing this specific one, this design specifically. That's my goal. Anyway, I've opened the project back up. I think there was a bit of a memory problem there. It was like clogging up the computer. So we'll try and open the metrics again. I think someone had just asked me a question and I totally forgot what it was. Oh yeah, it was about the SA stuff. Yeah, so no, I haven't heard anything yet, which is weird because they did say they'd be monitoring me closely. So, I mean, they might be watching right now. Who knows? Hi, Screen Australia. Now, I do want to say something while I get this back open, because I've looked around a little bit. I try not to check comments too much because I have a lot of work to get done, but it seems to have gotten a lot of viewership. So I went and checked to see like what what the reaction was. It's kind of funny. There's like, it's very complicated. So there's some people that are like agreeing with me, but not really getting the whole thing. And there's some people disagreeing with me, but not getting the whole thing either. So it's been kind of fascinating to go through and see how people are interpreting the video. And yeah, it's it's funny. It's just like well, yeah, it just goes to show that even in a video form, it is so hard to communicate a full story. Because even that, there was so much I had to take out because it would have just made the video too long. And there's, yeah, and even with the ones I've included, there are sometimes, for good or bad reasons, people will just ignore certain facts and make some assumptions about it. Whether those assumptions are in my favor or not, you know, it's just kind of interesting. But anyway, I don't want to get too much into that because it's a huge can of worms. And I've already said what I need to say about it on the video. So I've got... Where's the timeline view? Oh, here we go. So we got one animation done. But yeah, guys, but to summarize what I was going to say, I don't think Screen Australia are evil. I did not make any imputations suggesting they were evil. I'm just saying that I had a lot of difficulties communicating with them and negotiating the contract. A lot of people have taken that to mean to like view them that way, which wasn't really my intention. My intention was just to tell people what was going on, because everyone's probably wondering why I didn't disappeared for like a whole year. That was the main reason, just to kind of tell people, hey, this is what I've been up to, and just tell the story. So you'll notice if you go and watch the video, I never, try and assume what their intentions are. I never try and paint them in a bad way. I never say anything that's inherently false, because I was very careful not to, because I understand the consequences of that. And I wasn't interested in making them look bad. I just wanted to tell people what had happened. But yeah, ironically, with the reception it's gotten, some people are, viewing them pretty unfavorably. Some people are viewing me pretty unfavorably. But, I can't control that. That's just how it is. And yeah, it's probably one of the most controversial videos I think I've put out too. So it's probably bound to happen that people are going to come away with it with very sort of charged opinion on it, whether that is in my favor or not. Because yeah, the thing I want to discourage too is that some people are trying to make me look better by saying, oh, he's the government screwing over the little guy, and it's it's not that simple. It's really not. It's very complicated. But all I can say is, that I'm sure most of you have probably seen it, because it's been, a lot of people have seen it. Even people who I know have watched it, and watched it when it came out, which is pretty rare. I usually don't hear that from my immediate friend group or anything. Sorry, I just got a bit lost. What am I trying to do? I want to add a track to this timeline. So I'll read chat in just a moment. I just want to make sure. I don't want to get too derailed on Screen Australia, because I've already said my piece, but looking at the reaction, there is more I have to say about it, but I also need to animate stuff, because I've got work to do. So it's I'm gonna try and get to it. I just got to make sure I don't get too distracted. So I need to, okay, the retainer box. I'm going to add a track for the, properties. Okay, that's not how wait a minute. No, there's another way I can add keyframes, right? Yeah, no, I just go straight to the property and press the keyframe button. So I want to animate the opacity for the fade out. And we'll add a keyframe at the beginning and one at the end, and the end one will be at 0. So I've got two animations. I've got enter, where it slides in. How do I play it? There we go. And then I've got exit, where it fades out. Now the reason why I'm not doing a you notice how there's no movement on the exit. That's deliberate, because I've noticed this is a lesson I've learned through animating text in my YouTube videos, and this is a funny little lesson I'll get into real quick. So when you animate stuff, because the human mind is programmed to react to stimuli in a very specific way. More basically, humans will pay more attention to things that are big, things that move, things that are high in contrast, and there's one more criteria that I can't remember right now, but those three things are a big one, which is why if you're having a conversation with someone and the TV's on in the background, your eyes will naturally look at the TV because it's big, it's very saturated, high contrast, and it's moving. Because it's an evolutionary thing where humans have an evolutionary advantage to pay attention to that stuff, because things that are, you know, big, moving, and high contrast could also be predators in the jungle, which probably helped us survive a bit. So the reason, how does that all, like, Ray, what are you talking about? How does that even apply to this UI stuff you're doing? Well, I'll tell you. So the reason this becomes important is because I noticed through my YouTube videos, because I have to animate text on the screen quite a lot in them. And you can notice with the last video I did for Screen Australia, that video, the animation quality is a huge leap forward from what I did last year, because I actually paid attention to how I animated text in my old videos. And I noticed that if I had like a title, for instance, that would fade into the screen, like if I brought up a topic like animation, and then I have a piece of text coming on the screen that says animation, and it slides in. If I then have it slide out, it's distracting, because when it's exiting, you don't want people to pay attention to it. You want them to pay attention to what you're saying. But when it enters the screen, you do want people to pay attention to it. Like if you have a little thing at the bottom, for instance, like let's say I say, "Hi, I'm Raymond," and then I have a bit of text sliding from the side of the screen saying my name, like a name tag. If I then, after a few seconds, because after I say it and you read it once, you're done. Like you don't really need to pay attention to it anymore. And after you finish paying attention to that bit of text, and you're looking at me, because that's usually what I notice I tend to do, I'll read it and then I'll go look back at me. But if I then animate that off screen, your eyes are going to then go look back down there at something that's going to be off screen in just a few frames. So it takes your attention away. So that's why for the exit, I just fade out, because it's very subtle. In fact, I actually might even I might slow this down a little actually as well. Because I've noticed that if you make it slower and gentle, people pay even less attention to it. But it's nicer than just having it vanish. Because if you just have it disappear, it's very abrupt. But if you have it fade out, it's gentle and you don't even notice it. But you want to get that text off screen, but you don't want it to do it in a way that's going to draw attention to it. So you don't want to animate it off the screen, because if you move it, because you know how like when you see like a camouflage lizard and you don't see it, but then if it moves, you notice it instantly. It's like that. Like, I know that doesn't really make sense, but that's what I mean. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So you don't want to draw attention to it. And I'm trying to figure how do I extend this to go? Oh, here we go. So I want this to last 40 frames, which is going to be double the length. But for some reason, why is it not letting me shorten this? Oh, there we go. Okay. So it's going to fade out very gently, but it's going to animate in very quickly. So that's some principles of animation to take home. You know, like if something's exiting the frame, you don't want it to you want that attention to go to something else that might be entering the frame, you know? So anyway, any tips on being an indie game developer? It depends, dude. I don't really have any good broad advice, but if I took the time to listen to you for an hour about what you want, I could probably tell you some insight, but unfortunately none of us have that kind of time. But yeah, I don't know. I always try and think of something that is like broadly helpful, but honestly, it's, for me, a lot of the stuff that I do that works is only because it's specific to me. Like, I don't really spend a lot of time looking at a lot of game projects or a lot of reading a lot about indie dev, because everyone's experience is so different. And I think the things that have worked for me out of luck or otherwise is only because it was like in the specific situation I was in at the time or something like that. So it's kind of difficult to say what you should do, because I probably wouldn't recommend what I'm doing to anyone else besides me, because I don't know how different people think, what they like and don't like, what their stress tolerance is, what their goals are. Like, it all depends on that stuff. So it's kind of hard to say, but I would say one advice that I could probably give that anyone should do is to actually, it's nice to know, it's really helpful to know, to have a goal in mind, and understanding why that goal and not something else. I think that's, for me at least, has been immensely helpful, and I think that's something that is helpful to everyone, is understanding, if you're interested in game development, why you're interested in game development, what's in it for you. Because for everyone it's different. Like, for me specifically, one of the reasons I also don't tend to give advice out too much is because I've met some people that were kind of studying game development, and I've met a lot of students, because I used to teach and I had a lot of students that were into this stuff, but I learned that they were all in it for different reasons than me. And I don't think I've actually met anyone that has the same goals as me. Because, I don't know how deep I should go into that, because there's a lot I could get into about why that is. I'm not trying to say that my goals are better. That's not what I'm trying to say. It's just that they're different, and because of that, different advice will be useful. But understanding those goals, knowing your goals, and being able to articulate them to people, and being able to develop a plan of action based on those goals with something measurable, like having measurable progress you can measure up against your goal, that's good. That's always good. And that way, it doesn't even matter if you have the same goals as me or someone else. Like, as long as you treat the goals properly, I think but that's not even a game dev thing. That's just in general, like with anything. Even if you're doing music or anything, even something that isn't creative, like just knowing what you want. And also, I'll add to that, because now I think I have something better to say about that. Being allowed to give yourself goals is also something else. Like, I was talking to an old friend of mine a few days ago about this. And he was a big influence on me, because I've known him since I was, how old? I don't know, really young. I've known this guy since I was a child, and he was a big influence on me getting into this. And a lot of the reason he was an influence on me is because he gave me permission to play and explore with what my goals were. Not directly though, like it wasn't like we sat down and he said, "What are your goals?" But we used to do like a drawing class together when I was in. He used to run it, and I used to just go there after school once a week. It wasn't really a class, like we didn't have a curriculum. We just kind of came in and sat down, and we just kind of chilled, and it was really. That is really cool. Like, I cherish those experiences because it gave me a space where I could play around with ideas free of consequence, like without being told that it's stupid, or without being told that, oh, well, how are you going to monetize that, stuff like that. It was just like a fun thing of me exploring crafts and exploring ideas. Giving yourself permission to do that is so vital. If you don't, you will be inhibited, and that's going to hurt you, I think. And you don't want to be inhibited. You don't want to be too dreamy, though. You don't want to be unrealistic, but you don't want to cut yourself off from what you actually want. Because I think from the students I met after that class, like when I grew up and started teaching myself, a lot of them, they had lofty goals, but they were afraid to act on them because I guess people told them that they were stupid, which maybe, but it's like, if you completely cut yourself off from that, it's going to hurt you, I think, as well. So anyway, that's some general advice I would give to anyone looking to do anything creative. Don't be afraid to actually look at yourself and ask yourself what your goals are, and like actually make that commitment to them. It's big, it's a big thing to do, and it's scary, but if you're afraid to even acknowledge what your goals are, or tell, or like even just say what they are to someone, then you're not gonna. It's gonna be really difficult to act on them if you can't even articulate them. But anyway, that's yep. Sorry, yeah. So that's the I was just looking at my chat window and it's all completely different messages because I haven't checked it in a few minutes. Sorry, yeah, my brain just had a bit of a gap there. Yeah, advice start small. I don't really agree with that. I don't agree with start small advice, but I do sometimes. It really depends. But start small isn't really like, there's more to it than that. Now, but that's going to be a whole, I don't want to get into that because it's like, I gotta finish my UI. But someday we'll dive into that topic because starting small, people don't, it's not as simple as doing that. There's more to it. There is a good reason to start small, but it's not the reason everyone thinks. But that's a whole thing. It's gonna take me an hour to explain that. But I've thought, like, trust me, I have thought about that a lot because I had the same advice given to me when I started, and following it, it's not all good. Like, there are some disadvantages. But anyway, I'll do this, maybe for the 100k sub special, I'll do like a video about that, maybe, if people want. Where was I? I got completely derailed there. I'll get back on track, don't worry. I'll figure out what I was doing. Oh yeah, we need to trigger these animations. So, luckily, we have some, I need to make some event dispatches. So I'm going to create a new one. We're going to call on, spawn widget, and then on remove widget. It's probably a bit hard to see because it's behind my webcam, maybe. I think I'll add to that conversation, because this is very simple advice, but it's something that's very important, is that you got to be very careful who you take advice from. Don't take advice from people who are not in the arena. That is a very simple and short piece of advice I would probably add to that as well. Because it's like going to someone who knows a lot about apples but has never eaten one and asking him how to grow a good apple. He doesn't, like, that guy is not going to have any first-hand experience of his own. And he's not going to be able to do a good job telling you how to grow one because he doesn't have any experience. He's read a lot about them, but that isn't him. That's like not his learning. That he got that from somewhere else. So that's another thing just to be wary of. Like, especially, I think it's on YouTube in particular. I've noticed that it's kind of dangerous with that because there's a lot of like, anyone can start a YouTube channel, I've noticed, and start talking about game dev tips. But if you pay attention to a lot of them, because I've looked around a little, because, you know, I think people might see me as one of these channels, and if that's the case, then oh well, you know. But if you look at a lot of them, most of the channels that I have come across are channels that are just starting their first game. They haven't actually finished it. So this actually includes me, by the way. So that's why you be careful with what I say too, because I haven't accomplished anything. I'm still emerging. I haven't actually accomplished anything yet. So do keep that in mind. Because I don't know, I feel like what I would do if I had shipped this and if it was finished, I would probably have a very different perspective on all of the advice I'm giving. So I just want to put that out there because I do, like, a close friend of mine finished his game recently and his outlook completely changed, like, retrospectively on everything. And if you haven't gone through that, like me, you're not going to be able to really know, like, to be able to give good advice, which is why I tend to not, that's why you don't see me making videos about top 5 game dev tips, because I don't know, like, I have no idea. I'm just doing my thing, and I don't, like, it's working. I'm very lucky that it's working, but I don't know. I'm just I'm just trying. So, but a lot of these channels I'll see, they act like an authority and they'll be like, "Oh, you need to do this and this and this," but they haven't actually done that themselves. They've just read it from some book somewhere, which is, you know, valid, but maybe go read that book from the source, because they probably, if it's their own experience they're writing about, they're going to have a much more intimate relationship with that advice than some guy regurgitating it on YouTube. And that's just, it's a factor to keep in mind. Like, when you're starting out, it probably doesn't matter, but once you start getting into things, you have to start ignoring advice a lot, because, like, for me, for instance, I'm not at the stage where, again, I haven't finished my game, but I've reached the point where I can't just I can't look up game dev tips and get anything valuable out of them anymore, because I have enough of my own experience to kind of disagree with things, but not enough to compete with someone like, I don't know, Todd Howard or someone who's actually finished a game or shipped multiple games. Like, I'm not saying I'm at that level, but, you know, anyway. But that's just something to keep in mind. Just be careful. Like, if you can, try and find people that have done something like what you want, but they aren't like if you have an idol, which, I mean, the idea of an idol I don't really like, but if you do have one and it's someone that has, like, actually is where you want to be, like, I think, you know, a lot of people look at, like, Toby Fox, for instance, as a game dev idol, which is probably, I would say, pretty good, considering, like, he's shipped a game, which is I'd say that's a good benchmark for a role model. If it's someone that has actually shipped something, then yeah, listen to those guys. So listen to, like, those people over me, for instance, because I haven't reached that point yet. But don't listen to someone who has read a lot about game development and is like, "Oh yeah, you know, you just make a cool prototype," and it's like, yeah, but that guy hasn't done it. He's not going to be able to, like, know why that advice and what context that advice applies and the nuance. Yeah, anyway, but yeah, that's just something to keep in mind. So, moral of the story, don't take advice from me. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just trying my best. I'm doing what I think works for me. Who knows what'll happen? It may go horribly wrong, may not. I don't know yet. But at the end, when it's all over, I probably have a better idea on on that stuff. So anyway, we want these event dispatches because we're going to use these for something. I need to add booleans to these as well, actually. Because we might actually... Okay, yeah. So what we might do here... We might need to assign these. So we have event spawn widget and event remove widget. Oh yeah, I need to add booleans to this too. So I'm going to explain what this does in just a moment. So I'll add the other one. All right. So what these are going to do, these event dispatches. Sorry, I got a bit distracted there. But here's what these are going to do. What these are is that there is events that are going to happen, and we're going to actually set these up so that you can call these. So in another blueprint, we're going to be able to say call on spawn widget or call on remove widget. Or we might even be able to configure these to happen automatically when a widget... or not, actually, I don't know. We might actually just use these to handle that stuff. Because in other bits of the code, I don't know if I can find them. Let me just think for a sec. I think I might know. Hold on. I gotta find a blueprint. We'll pick the watch. Oh, that's not it. So we have some events. This is one of the metrics we use in the game mode. So this is the stopwatch that you see in the corner during a mission. This is the code for it. And I think there should be, yeah, so there's a function here called create widget. And it basically creates it, adds it to the screen. But what I want to do instead is, let me just think for a sec. So we want to call an event dispatcher from here, because what's going to happen is, well, here's what I want. I want to basically have it so that when you start, because I might have these on the actual HUD as well. Like, let's say you start the game. Wouldn't it be cool if, like, when you start a mission, the actual metrics fade in first, instead of just spawning instantly on the screen? I think that'd be cool. And we could probably then extend that to the results screen as well. So real quick, I have to recompile one of the components. There we go. So if I exit, I'm going to show you, like, I'm going to try and show you what the issue is here. So you see at the moment, pay attention to the HUD. If I go walk into this volume, you'll see that the mission metrics just appear on the screen immediately. Very abrupt, very unpolished, not good. We want it to be a bit more nice. So, you know, we might want to have them play that animation when they enter the screen. So the way we're going to do that is we need to tell the code to trigger an animation. And the way I'm thinking to do this is for the metric component, which is the parent class for all of these HUD. Now keep in mind, the HUD component is not the same as the component. They're different things. So the stopwatch, this component is pure code. There is no visuals to it whatsoever. It spawns in a widget, which is a child of this widget, which is it's its own thing. But this parent class that all the UI widgets are made of, they're now going to have these two events on them, which we will bind here. And these events are called onSpawn and onRemove. And we're going to add in our own things to do. So so when we go to the actual component itself and we tell it to spawn something, we're not going to tell it to just add to player screen anymore. We're going to call one of those event dispatchers, which will add it to the screen, but do other things too. At least that's the idea. So if I compile these, I know these are empty, but in theory, we should be able to, because we're doing a cast to the, oh, well, wait a minute. We might need to change how that works. I think we might, because I'm casting to a child class, we might... Oh, actually, no, yeah, we might be able to use this. Hold on. Call on spawn. Yeah, so now we have these that we can call. And this might make sense now. You might be able to see what I'm trying to do. Because if we zoom in closely... Actually, I can just zoom in like this. You see, we now have these booleans that I've put in. So we can actually tell... What I want to be able to do is when we spawn a widget from a metric, we can actually have these on and have this trigger when it spawns it in. And then the widget itself will have its own code to play the animation, so that when it gets spawned on the screen, it plays an animation. That's what I want to do. It's just a question of where to put it, this node, because I'm not entirely sure yet where it should go. I get the feeling that it should happen after it's added to the screen. But I think it would be nice if we could put it here. So I'm going to try it, because I actually am curious if it will trigger that. And then if it plays the whole animation before adding it. I'm curious. It may work, it may not. I'm going to try it. Now, this is where we actually do have to add something here, of course. So there should be a function called play animation. Let me just, I have a tutorial up on the other window, and I just need to check if that's the right, okay, yeah, that's the right one. So we're gonna need some variables as well. So to reference these animations. So I'll make sure I do that. So we'll call this animation, or maybe like enter anim, and then exit anim. And we'll make these, I think these just should be animations, I'm pretty sure. Actually, I don't know what, let me just check what type of variable this is supposed to be. Let me consult my YouTube tutorial on the left here. I think it's a, oh, for his one it just made them automatically. Oh no, yeah, sorry, they're already here. Yeah, my bad. I didn't see them there. Okay, so these are already variables, so that's great. So yeah, when on spawn widget, oh well, wait a minute. We actually, let me think. Well, yeah, we'll do this for the moment. There might be a better way, but I think, yeah. So we'll just plug that in. But we'll have it so that we can actually control whether it plays an animation or not. Or better yet, yeah, because we might be able to just make this one function, perhaps. Let me just think about that for a second, because there's going to be two things that it does when it enters and exits. And that's play sound. Because I want to also have it play a sound sometimes. So we'll add like enter sound or enter cue. Because I want to have it so that in the result screen, when they fade in, they make a little noise as well. Exit cue. Oh, sorry, I haven't checked chat in a while. Whoa, I missed a lot of messages. Sorry, I have no idea what everyone's talking about right now. But Deep Fried Oreo has a great... He is exactly right. Finishing a game is way more work than starting a game, which is why most people don't finish. Which is why I might not finish, you know, because it's hard. I don't know what'll happen. But yeah, I can attest to that for sure. Have I heard of A Hat in Time? I have. I didn't play a lot of it. I think I played it at a friend's house once. I think it was made in Unreal, I think. That's the only thing I remember about it. I just remember seeing the Unreal logo and I was like, oh, cool. And then, yeah. But yeah, no, I haven't really played much of it. Am I going to start a Kickstarter? Ah, that's a good question. So here's the thing. I thought about that before releasing my video. However, I want to try my hand at as many private funding sources first before doing that. The reason is because Kickstarter is, like, it's got a reputation. I think everyone knows the deal with Kickstarter, right? I've thought for years about how I would do a Kickstarter. It's a big responsibility. It's a lot more work than most people realize. And I understand that it's like, I don't even comprehend it probably, but I know that it's not like, you don't just do it. Like, I know that there's a lot more work that goes into it than most people have let on. But because I haven't done it personally, I probably don't even know the half of it. But I just know that it's a lot and that you don't just casually do it. I put a lot of thought into doing that. And I think if I did do it, I would have a reasonably good chance of having it work compared to the majority of people that try a Kickstarter. And I think part of that reason is because of you, because most people that start a Kickstarter don't have a YouTube channel with a following. And I know I'm not a big YouTuber, but most people have nothing. So I feel confident that I could do one, and that I would do not a perfect job, but probably a better job than the majority of projects that fail to get their seed funding or something. because I have spent a lot of time studying Kickstarters. And this is like one of the reasons why there's so much time in between devlogs isn't just because there's a lot of development going on, but there's a lot of research. There are times where I spend literally whole weeks not programming, but just researching stuff and going like, you know, how do grants work? How do Kickstarters work? And I'll like go full on into a topic to learn. And I know that programming doesn't happen and the game slows down, but I think that because I'm a beginner, I kind of need to do that stuff so that I know what I'm doing. And if I didn't, like, the good thing is that once I do that research, I don't have to do it again later. So it's just one of those overheads that I have to deal with because this is my first game. If this wasn't my first game, I would not have to put things down for weeks on end and research things because I would know what I was doing already. But because there's a lot I don't know, I do spend a lot of time like just delving into lots of different topics about indie games. And I've done a bit of research on Kickstarter, and yeah, like, I know what not to do, but because I haven't done it personally, I don't know what's going to happen. But I want to do that as like a last resort, because I think it's only fair. I want to try every other option first, and if nothing works, then I'll do that. I'll consider it, because, you know, at the moment, I have a mega grant pending, another one, which I mentioned in my last devlog, because after the Screen Australia fiasco, I just thought I'd hit up Epic again and say, hey, we've made a lot of progress since last time. Would you be willing to, you know, fund us for to our next milestone? And I have a reasonably good, like, I'm pretty confident in the pitch I gave them. I'm very confident in it. It's just that they do take a while to respond. So that's just what I'm waiting on right now. If that doesn't go through, there's a few other things I want to try, and if none of those work, then I want to do Kickstarter. Because at least, I think, if I do that, I think a Kickstarter will be a lot better received that way, because a lot of people, like, there's that reputation Kickstarter has of, like, a lot of people just, because anyone can make one, which is kind of dangerous, because you'll hear lots of scam stories on Kickstarter. And I think if you have the context that I tried everything else first, I think it'll help me fight against the Kickstarter stereotype, because it's like, oh, well, at least this guy actually did try getting funding before doing this. Like, it seems less like he's trying to scam people, because he actually did get a grant and he tried getting more grants, and he tried everything and none of that worked, and it makes it more approachable, I think, and it lowers the risk, the prospective risk on the backers. Because if you just go up to a backer, like if I had done a Kickstarter 3 years ago, it would not have worked. Absolutely would not have, because I had nothing to show and I had no reason for people to trust me. And that's ultimately the thing with Kickstarter. And that's why I'm very, very careful about it. Because people aren't investing in the game. They're investing in a promise to make the game, which is very different than making a game. So it's like, that's the kind of thing that's so dangerous, and that's why I kind of want to only do it as a last resort, because you're essentially going to people and asking them to invest in a promise that you're making to them. And if you're not sure you can do that promise, you're going to have a really tough time. So I want to make sure I get to that point where I can because ultimately you never know. Like, even big budget projects get cancelled, but I want to get to that point where I'm very reasonably confident that I can deliver on things. And I think I've done a good job of that so far. But when you do it soliciting donations from Kickstarter, there's a different standard. I think a lot of people trust me with YouTube, but YouTube videos and Kickstarters aren't the same. So I want to make sure that I can earn that trust on a Kickstarter as well. But because that's ultimately that's what you're doing. It's not about the game, it's about trust. Because the game doesn't exist. That's why you're going to Kickstarter. So that's just something that I've had on my mind for a long time. It's probably something that I think everyone should consider before they do it. I've considered it a lot, and I'd be happy to do, like, I feel very lucky that people are even asking me about a Kickstarter at all. Like, that's probably a good sign. If people actually trust me enough for that, I don't want to let them down, which is why I don't want to just jump into it without thinking about it. But yeah, that's my thoughts on it at the moment. Like, I'll consider it if it comes to it. And if you guys are on board with that, like I am gonna try everything else. Believe me, I don't want to like waste. I don't want to exploit the kind people that have been watching my videos. I don't want to betray your trust. But if you guys are down for that, if it comes to that point, I would be so like I feel very appreciative that there are people that I think would be down to support me through that. I think that's really cool. I don't want to take that for granted. I also don't want to like take advantage of it too early at the same time. So yeah. So I appreciate that people are asking about it. It's just it's a very big decision. It's a lot more difficult. Like a grant from Epic is a lot safer. So that's why I want to try and stick to that first. Try the low risk way first. And if that fails, then maybe I'll look into that. So anyway. Am I 100% alone? Well, technically, yes, depending on how you look at it. I'm the only person working like full-time on it. I do have, at the moment, because with the Epic grant, I was able to hire a contractor, and I've got the budget for one more contractor. But yeah, those aren't employees. Those are independent contractors. They can come and go whenever they want. The contract is very like, well, that's how contract work is. You know, it's very short term. So you know, I have Matt on the team right now as a contractor. In fact, we've got some stuff in the works at the moment actually. But yeah, sorry, I'm sorry. I'm just kind of multitasking here, and I've got completely lost on what I'm doing. I'm just because Kickstarter is a big topic. I probably I should really do some kind of like separate Q&A stream at some point. I think because these are good questions though. But if I'm not making any progress, I'm sorry. It's just hard to explain this stuff while working. So if I look like I'm just messing around, like I'm sorry. I'm trying to answer this question, but yeah, I'm getting a little sidetracked. I think. I totally forgot what I was doing. Oh yeah, I was gonna make my own little event. But yeah, I am technically the only person like permanently on the team. Why don't you think people should listen to you? Well, I mean, maybe, I don't know, but you gotta remember, guys, I haven't accomplished anything, okay? I'm an indie dev. I haven't shipped... I've made games. I've made like a dozen games. None of them made any money. I would not consider that a successful... I would not consider myself a successful indie dev. I think I could become that someday. I believe that I can become that, but I'm not there yet. So that's why I feel kind of apprehensive that people should listen to me too much. If they're like, sure, I think there are some things I'm pretty confident in, but I don't think you should unquestionably listen to everything I say, because ultimately there are people way better at this than me that are successful. I might look successful, but I am not there yet. Like, I think people want me to be. I want me to be, but that's very important to just keep that in mind. I think it's very important to remember that this guy hasn't actually finished it. And because when you get past that threshold of actually finishing, it changes so much. I haven't been through that personally, but I know people who have been through that. I've studied people that have been through that, and I know that it changes them. And I know that I'm going to change when that happens to me, but it hasn't happened yet. So, because who knows, when I finish this, everything I'm saying I might disagree with, because I'll have new experience that will contradict what I'm saying right now. So who knows? I'm just telling you what I know now from my limited perspective. But I don't know that much. I try to know as much as I can, but there's a difference between knowing and experiencing. I don't think there's a good substitute for actual experience. But anyway, sorry, I'm getting really, really off track. Let's get back. Let's just focus on animation. Animation, what an easy topic. What a very animation I'm pretty comfortable with. I was gonna make a custom event, and I was gonna add some parameters to this. This might be unnecessary, but I'm gonna do it anyway. What type of animation is that? Widget animation. object reference. You're an internet person. See, yeah, there's a lot I could say about that topic too. How long have I been working on this game? Well, I started work on it about 4 years ago, but there's an asterisk next to that because not all of that was full time. I had like a day job when I started this. So very little of my time early was actually spent on the game. And then, as I mentioned like a few minutes ago, there's a lot of time spent on research that doesn't, like, it contributes to the game, but it isn't like development work. It's like a lot of reading, a lot of stuff that ends up going nowhere. But it's 4 years, but these are like amateur years, you know? Like it's not the same type of 4 years that an experienced veteran would have, you know? Like, I think if I get to do another project after this, I would spend those years much more efficiently. So, yeah. But I don't think I've thought about that a lot, and there is no way I could have spent these years differently because I just didn't know enough. So, I was gonna make a function. Play effects. So I was gonna add these because instead of like making 2 of these nodes for each thing, we can then go just do this instead. Should I make this enter sound? Change the name of these. But yeah, I think it's just an observation I thought I'd share. Because when I was streaming on Twitch last year, there was I don't know, how many people are even here? Oh, that explains it. Okay, because when I was streaming on Twitch, there'd maybe be like 30 people there, and I would just kind of work. But I've noticed on YouTube that a lot more people show up, and they have a lot more questions. So if I get more derailed, I still haven't quite adjusted yet to the viewership. It's probably why. So yeah, I'm just not used to having this many people. So there's probably a lot of questions I'm missing because I'm not used to getting asked the advice so much in such a short time. So, so yeah, that's why I'm kind of like having a bit of trouble multitasking because I'm just not used to it. But I appreciate that everyone has so many questions. I didn't realize people had so much questions about stuff. I guess that's kind of, yeah, because I didn't used to get asked a lot of stuff on Twitch because there was a lot less people. So yeah, I remember at times Twitch would get kind of dead. I remember because there was that whole meme where I would just never check chat, and then everyone else would just stop typing. Everyone would just be lurkers, and that's kind of what I'm used to. So yeah, so that's probably that's probably something. So I'm just scrolling up, and there's heaps of stuff I've missed. I'm terribly sorry. Is the game entirely blueprints? Yes, it is. And we are not going to get into that topic today because we got into that last time and I spent a whole hour explaining why blueprints isn't what people think it is, and I'm tired. I don't want to go through that again. But there's nothing wrong with blueprints. I know it's not as efficient as C, whatever. Like, I know, and I've made a calculated decision to do blueprints anyway. I'm not gonna explain, I don't have time to explain that decision, because there's a lot that goes into it. But yeah, it is all blueprints based. But yeah, I'd rather not get into I'd rather not get into like a blueprints versus C++ debate today. I just don't have it in me. And also, yeah, there isn't much point to it because I'm not gonna suddenly drop this and pause all of my progress just to learn a coding language. That isn't gonna benefit the game that much. Like, if you guys want to do whatever you want for your game, that's fine. I don't care. It's not going to change what I'm doing, so it doesn't affect me at all. You really want to answer for your... Okay, William, what was your question? Oh, I think I found it. Why not do anime 2D for the win screen? I don't quite know what you mean. Do you mean like creating a traditional animation of Gabby on the screen? If that's what you mean, then there are lots of budgetary reasons why I won't do that. Let's just say doing a... Okay, I think to explain what his question is for everyone else, I'm going to try... My understanding is what he's asking is that when you hit the results screen, the game will play a pre-rendered like a fully traditional animated thing of Gabby. Here's the problem. Traditional animation's expensive. I have a little experience, but not enough. I need to practice a lot because I have 3D animation experience, not 2D. Like I can do 2D, but I'm not as good as with 3D. So that would mean I have to find a contractor that is really good at 2D animation just to make a result screen, which only plays for a few seconds. And that'll cost, could easily get maybe thousands it could cost to animate that. Now, I at the moment I could do that, but I could also spend that 1,000 on something else that is more important, and just do my own animation in Blender that looks like the technique I use. I know it doesn't. It looks like some people are fooled and think that it is 2D. Some people aren't, but it's like considering that I don't have to spend any money to do that, it's pretty good. So because I've already got Gabby's model, like just animating her in Blender and just moving the camera. Because the thing is, like I mentioned, if I had the camera move somewhere else, I could actually make it look more like an actual traditional animation if the camera is in a better angle. Because actually camera angles play a huge role. One of the reasons Gabby looks not fully 2D is because of the camera. Because who the hell watches an anime where the camera is at this angle? That's probably why it looks kind of fake as well. But if you had the camera somewhere else, like, I don't know, and if you zoomed it in a lot, because usually the focal length isn't too big on anime. Like if I had it there and I had an actual animation that was very expressive, it'd be pretty good. Like it would do the job. And it would be a lot cheaper because I could do that on my own. So that's, yeah. And yeah, like if I were to do that myself as well, like doing my own 2D anime, it would take a long time. Like to make 1 second takes like a week, or I don't know. Like it's a lot of work, and it's when you're in a position that I'm in, you have to like really like pick and choose what you're gonna spend time doing, because it's gonna come at the expense of something, whether it's time or money. Like yes, it doesn't cost me anything to learn myself and not pay anyone, but that's gonna cost me months of time, which is going to be months that the game gets delayed. And, you know, then before you know it, I'm in my 40s. So, you know, you gotta treat that time investment very, very, very carefully. Very carefully. So, yeah. Is Gabby mutant? Oh, that's the real question, isn't it? She could be an X-Men. Whoa, that'd be kind of epic. All right. Let me just think. Let me think for a second. There's something about this that's... Something about this isn't right. Yeah, okay. I gotta do some things because something's not right. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna focus more on this now because I do have to get this done today. Actually, you know what? I could do this. Make it a bit cleaner. Even better, I can do this. Oh, not like that. All right. That I might have to do more to this because I know that animation, like triggering animations, can get kind of weird. You don't want them to like repeat and overlap on each other. So that is something I'm probably going to have to deal with, but I'm not going to do that right now. I just want to make sure that I can get something going. So once I've got these, because what this will essentially do, because I might not even need these booleans actually. What I might just give me a moment to think. Yeah, okay. I'll do it the way I've got it's fine. I just need to add a branch. Or, oh, yeah, okay, I think I know what I'm gonna do. So I just gotta drag this out. I actually don't, this might not work, I don't know, but what I would like is to just trigger these events, because this actually gives me, I'm gonna add one more event dispatcher real quick. I'll explain this in just a moment. I just want to make sure I create it, and I'll explain what this is doing. It's basically going to be a way so I can trigger the effects whenever I want, because there might be a. I think I can already picture a scenario where I'll need to have that. So I'm just going to create some variables. And I need to. Oh. So essentially, this actually might be a little, I might be able to get rid of this even. Yeah, I think I can get rid of that and make this a dispatcher because, so there's going to be 3 events to do with this whole thing. One of these events is just called play effects, and this will essentially play an animation and a sound. And I can decide what those are every time I call the function. I can control what effect it plays and what animation it plays. And I can change them depending on the context, which is important. I can then, there's 2 more events, which I want to use them to like trigger when a widget is spawned and when it is despawned, preferably. Is there like a events on remove from parent? No, there is not. Okay, I'll have to figure out something. Because it'd be nice if when the widget is created, it automatically plays the state. And it will automatically pick from the right sounds. So essentially, oh, that's not what I want. So I'll just move this into place because this looks really messy right now, but and then I'll explain what this is going to do. So what's gonna happen is I want to call this in certain places, like when the widget is first spawned and when the widget is going to be removed, we call this one. That is then going to call I need to switch that out. It's going to call this the event dispatcher called onPlayEffects. And then this is getting called when we spawn and when we despawn the widget. But because it's its own event, we can also call it whenever we want. So the reason that is separate is because when we finish a mission, I'll try and give it, hopefully I can, okay, it's not going to compile yet. When it compiles, I'll show you where this would be handy in context, because essentially we're going to need to be able to trigger these effects when the mission ends, and I'll explain why in a moment. But it's essentially like a button. We can press it, and then it plays a sound and effect, and we can decide what those are. And we can do that at any time. Whereas these ones are specifically will trigger just at the start of when a widget is spawned and when it is despawned only. This one can be activated whenever we want. And yeah, there's a reason why it's that way. I'll explain it in a moment. I just need to pay attention and get these plugged in so that I can compile it and test it. And then I can show you. All right. And then once we get that, I will check chat. Maybe that's the system I need. I need to like have a thing where I only check chat after I step towards something, like after I save or compile something successfully. I think that'll be healthy. It'll stop me from getting too well, it'll keep me getting productive, but also allow me to be helpful. Yeah, so I'll copy this. Oh, paste that in. All right, that should compile. Okay, now I can show you what this is gonna, why this needs to be there. So nothing's gonna happen yet, but pay attention to the HUD. So there is HUD elements on screen already. Pay attention to the top corner. We have the score, the time, and the amount of cogs we have. When I hit the results screen, those don't despawn. They don't despawn, they don't get respawned. They simply just move to another UI element. And you might be able to see now why I need that separate event to trigger this manually, because those effects, if I have it the way I have it set up, when I start a mission, they'll animate. But when I hit the results screen, because they're not being activated or deactivated, they won't do anything. So I need to do something when we hit the results screen to call on play effects so that it re-triggers those effects for when the results screen happens. That's why that's in there. And yeah, that's it. So that's the idea. Whether or not it works in practice is yet to be seen. Now I'll read chat real quick. Would I ever make a multiplayer? No. No way. No. Can't do that. Too expensive, too long. Does game dev get easier? No. No. Doesn't. Have I asked ChatGTP? Not really. I haven't really been following the whole AI stuff. Like, for me to learn is like I feel pretty confident that I can like learn stuff myself and just do it. Yeah. It just seems kind of unnecessary. And I have no idea, like, yeah, I don't know much about it. It's probably not worth it. The vid chat is, yeah, I know it's delayed. I don't know how to fix that. Just bear with, I'll fix this someday, guys. Just bear with me. But I can see it though. It's like perfect on my window. It's just on the actual video, it's probably delayed a bit. Am I gonna do cutscenes? I have an idea, but it's probably not what you think. Like they might technically count, but they're not gonna be like big budget, like, you know, Blizzard cutscenes. It's not gonna be like that. Starting to learn Unreal. Spent a bunch of time on web development. Any tips? I don't know, just learn it, I guess. Just keep go. Just don't stop if something gets difficult. Like, accept that there will be things that come up that seem impossible. Accept that that's gonna happen, and don't give up. Oh, thanks, Juan. Oh, no, that's not how you pronounce that name. Well, it's... You don't pronounce the J in that name, I'm sorry. Yes. Yeah, I'm not... as you... Most of you probably know, I'm absolutely terrible with pronunciation. Favorite and least favorite parts of using Unreal? That's a tough one. I don't really know. It's all, I kind of lost track. I've like lost track of what I like and don't like. I think the using like actor components and then also using inheritance is kind of annoying, I guess. Because you basically have like this tug of war between like you can do like composition type stuff, but the entire thing is based on inheritance. So that I've had some clashes with that, and that's kind of annoying. But I can't do any better, so I can't really complain because it's not like I can write a good engine. And also something's missing. Did I just delete? Oh, there we go. Because yeah, I hit a thing on my screen by accident and I saw that something had vanished. I thought it was like a window, but no, it's these things. Okay, I'll make sure I save that. So let me just think what to do next, because we need to trigger those event dispatches now. So I'll need to go into a metric somewhere. Actually, yeah, we'll try this. If I go on spawn widget. Okay, no, we need to assign those variables, actually. Or do we? Yeah, hold up. Oh no, these are already... Okay, well, alright. So, something should be happening in the game, but it's not. And that's kind of weird. So let me just think for a moment. Because we're binding this event. We have an animation assigned. Or do we? Oh, no, yeah, that should work. Yeah, because we have it plugged in. Spawn. Well, let's do I guess we'll do a print to see if this actually does get called. Okay, it doesn't. Okay, that's a problem. That is bad. Why is that not working? Because it should be doing something, and it isn't. But before I continue, I will group all of these in a big comment bubble. I might know why, maybe, but I'm not entirely confident. I'll have to go into... I have to find a certain... No, it's not that one. I know where it... Yeah, so I need to go here. I need to check the event graph. Oh, no, yeah, that should... Huh. Okay, that should work. I don't know why it isn't. That is odd. Not letting myself burn out? I try. Here's the thing about that. I completely destroyed myself working on the Screen Australia video and working on the build, and basically that whole year. I kind of did some not good things. I was going to take a break after the video came out. I was planning to take like a whole week to just do nothing, but the video ended up taking longer. Like, I think right after the video, I then got into we then, because I met up with my designer and I was like, all right, the video's now done, and we had a lot of, because he had taken time off Feline to work on his own project, and he had this whole thing happen with it. He had the launch and everything to take care of. So while he was doing that, I was doing the video. Then after his launch was done and after my video came out, we met back up, we recuperated and said, all right, well, what do we have to do next? And we developed a roadmap plan for the next 6 months. And it all kind of kept happening. And then I was like, all right, now that we've got the plan, I'll take a break. But by the time we had discussed the plan and had like delegated the tasks and written the contracts, I kind of didn't feel in the mood to take a break anymore. Like, I just kind of had this thing in my head where it's like, I just didn't feel in the mood to like not work. So I was like, yeah, that whole break thing, yeah, I might not do that. I'm just not in the mood for that now. So then I just kept working. But I haven't been stupid about it, though. I've been spending a bit less time on the day, during the day on it. So I'm trying to be smart where I'm not staying up as late. I'm trying to like actually stick more to like a 9 to 5 type schedule. because like before, like during Screen Australia, I was like 9 to like 4 a.m. or something like that, you know, something crazy. So that was stupid. I don't want to do that in the future. But I'm not taking a break, but I'm trying to be more smart with how my time's managed. So I guess the way I'm looking at it is that I'm taking more time out of each individual day off, and then collectively over the span of a month, that'll add up to a break. So I'm still doing stuff every day, but I'm not doing as much as I was during Screen Australia. So I think that's probably for the best too, because, you know, inaction breeds more inaction. So I didn't want to lose my flow, because I had a really good flow going. So I want to keep that momentum up, but it's just like not overdoing it. So instead of just completely stopping, I'm just slowing down, which I think is more sustainable, because then I still have my habits. I'm just, you know, I'm not working as many hours. And once I feel like, I think in like a month or so, I'll probably be working a bit more. But I've been trying to take up some other things and stuff outside of the game, like on afternoons and stuff. Like in the evening, I'm actually doing like other things now, which is nice, which I wasn't doing for the last year. But anyway, yeah, so that's how I'm trying to combat burnout, I guess. What was I doing? I was doing something. Oh yeah, yeah. So what should happen that I'm very confused by? Oh yeah, the HUD isn't spawning now. That's really weird. Cause yeah, maybe this needs to go somewhere else. Hold on. Oh yeah, wait, yeah, no, yeah, no, wait, yeah, so that was right, I think, but I'm gonna try and put it here instead, just in case. Might have to do it here. This event gets this triggers after the widget is spawned. This maybe that's why it's not working. So I'll tick these on. Now that should do something, right? Oh, it's still not. Okay. Because what should happen if I hit play is that the watch should animate, but it isn't. Okay, wait a minute. Let me check. Because this... Okay, I think I might know why. So here's the thing about this watch metric. This watch, if we zoom up to the close to the top of the screen, is a child of the class that has the animations. So, the actual child itself doesn't have those it doesn't inherit those animations, but this thing does have the animations. So I don't really know how to get that to work. We might be able to do something, maybe. We might be able to do something. Yeah, if I go on and play effects, we might need to create, like, call to parent function, which should be here somewhere, right? Oh, it's grayed out for some reason. Huh. Well, that's interesting. Why isn't it maybe no, maybe I do this. Ugh. Okay, well, let's try that. I don't know if this will work. Again, yeah, this is the first time I've done UI animation, so this might go horribly wrong. Okay, that didn't work. Is this being called? I mean, I guess that's the real question. Is this even being called or not? I have no clue. Okay, it isn't. Okay, that's the first problem we have to solve, is that this is not getting called. The thing that's supposed to trigger the animation is not happening. Maybe as an experiment, we add this manually to here. So when we on construct, we then go call on spawn widget. Let's just try that out and see what happens. Oh, something did happen. Okay, wait a minute. It was very quick, so let me, I'll add a delay node if I can. So we'll delay it by 0.5 seconds, just so that we can actually see it. Something did happen. Yeah, did you guys see that? Okay, let me exit the mission. It's just very rapid. But I don't know if I go slow motion, I don't know if it'll change it. Okay, it doesn't scale with time. But you see how it spawns and then it does the thing where it animates in. So okay, that's a start. But it doesn't seem to be triggering from anything else, which is kind of weird. Alright, so at least the animations work. Let me remove... And if I remove that, it just doesn't do anything. So it's just getting it to trigger is tough. Thanks, Keys. Just moving the position of the HUD. Not quite, because the actual HUD is... Yeah, it's a bit more complicated. And for the UI parallaxing, though, that is like... There's a bit of code in there that does move the whole HUD around based on, like, the velocity of the camera. That's a different thing. The actual, like, animation of each widget is not a HUD. It's not a HUD thing, because the HUD is actually its own object that those widgets are nested in, but the HUD itself has its own stuff going on. Let me just think. Yeah, so I'm just trying to figure this out. Spawn widget, metric widget. Yeah, so I mean that should be triggering, I'd imagine, right? Is this cast even returning? Like if it, because that'd be interesting. So I'm gonna print a word when this is called. I actually don't know if it does anything. Oh, well, that's interesting. It seems that broke. That's so fascinating. Why did that break? Because now nothing's spawning on the... That's so weird. Oh, yeah, well, okay, it printed the string. Oh, okay, so I need to... Okay, I can't use this. This is weirdly broken. I'm not going to use that function. It seems to, like, not like... Oh, no. I might know why. Hold on. If I plug this back in, maybe. I think I didn't plug something in right. Okay, no, that's broken. I'm going to avoid using that. Okay, I might have to... Because I need this it's used for something important, and it does that one thing right, but it seems to break whenever I try to add more to it. Yeah, now it works. Okay, so I can't use this event. I'm going to have to go back to this one. Maybe I add it here. I just need to, like, confirm that it's actually... Yeah, okay, that's so weird. Maybe I'll just remove this, just to check if the casting actually works. Okay, the casting works. Maybe I'll just try the play effects thing. Oh, no, that won't... No, that won't work, will it? Or will it? Hold on, get enter. Get... Yeah, let's try that. I don't know. Maybe. This might work. Okay, that breaks everything. What the... Yeah, like, what is going... I knew something like this would happen. It always happens. Everything just inexplicably breaks. Because now the entire HUD is not spawning. It's not leaving a print log. Okay, it is when I restart the mission, it does that, which is really weird. I don't know why. Maybe I have to... Oh, no. Because, yeah, this... okay, so for some context, I had some issues with this mission system, and I managed to mostly mitigate them. This was, like, months ago. There was some weird issue... Okay, now it's working again. Oh, yeah, this is where... it's one of those things that I still have not solved. This is the one problem I was not able to solve, is that for this system to work, you have to be very careful in the specific order you compile the parts in. Because if you compile one thing before the other, then the entire thing just does not work. But it does work if you do it the other way. So that's something I have to, like, I have to watch out for. Okay, so so that event is getting called properly, which is great, but it's not actually animating the thing. So that's not good. And I don't know why. So yeah, like this is happening, it's casting, it's succeeding, and it's calling that event dispatcher to say on play effects, but then it's just not doing anything. Like, it isn't playing the actual animation. And that's bad. We don't want that. How do I don't know how to get around that exactly. Maybe I have to untick this. Yeah, so the print string is playing and the event is getting called, but the event just is not triggering the animation. For that's excellent. That's freaking awesome. That's awesome. But then if I go and compile the watch, okay, that's still okay. That works. That is so weird. But if I go and compile this, it'll break. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that is so. Oh, that is so weird. See, if I compile the actual code for the watch, but after I compile the widget, it just breaks and nothing spawns on the HUD. Yeah, now I don't know. Now nothing's happening. That's can this just not? Can you not? Like, come on, Blueprints. No, but to be fair, this isn't a Blueprints problem. This is a me problem. There's something I'm doing wrong, and I need to figure it out. I'll get to it. I always figure it out. It just takes a while. So, all right, let's do another experiment. Need to add another print on the receiving end to make sure it's getting received. And then I have to remember what order to compile these in, because yeah, that is not. If I could, what if I compile that next? Okay, so I have to compile that last. All right, so it is being received. On the receiving end, when the effect is called, it is being received. When we call, okay, we'll instead of calling all the on play effects, we will let's try the other one. Call on spawn widget. Let's try that. And then it just, yeah, then the HUD doesn't spawn. But okay, so I have to go and compile that, and then I have to go and compile this. I think that's the order it wants me to do it in. Okay, now it works. And yeah, the signal is being received, the print string is firing, but the animation isn't playing. So I'm looking at the print string in the top corner, and there's a little test. When I call it from the widget code, it prints bruh on the screen. And then in the widget itself, when the event is received, it prints yas, and it's doing that. Yeah, I like to use just random words in my print string tests. So I know that that's working, but then whatever happens after that print string is just not, it's just not doing it. Which is not good. And I'm trying to think why. Oh. No, wait. I might know why. It's just so weird, but I think I know why. I'll keep those in. I'll keep the prints in just in case. But I think this is because it's trying to call this on itself, but the children can't because they don't have any like animation assigned to it. So it needs I need to make a variable. We need to call this like it needs to be a user widget. And we'll call this like animated. So this is because it's a child, that's why. So I'll have to, when it's constructed... oh, I don't want to have to do it like this. Let me just think for a moment. Because what I'd like to do... Oh no, never mind, that won't work. I'll just keep going. Alright, so what I need to do is... On construct... I need to set this variable, and then I need to animate this. And this has to be the if there is a child thing. I'll explain in a moment. Oh, wait, I can't. Wait, what? Oh, there we go. Yeah, so I have to set the target, and then I have to set the animated widget. I need to get children. Oh, that's not what I want. Is there... Oh, wait a minute. No, let me check. Is there a way I can get that object? Oh. Okay, I need to, This might be tricky, actually. I need to, like, get a slot, but there's no slot. I need to check, like... Okay, so let me try and explain why this is so weirdly specific. Why this only I would have this kind of problem. Because the way I've built these metrics, there are multiple. There's one for the time, score, everything. I want them to have things in common, so that's why they all inherit from one base class called the widget. I think it's called widget blueprint metric. The thing about using widgets and inheritance in Unreal is that it doesn't inherit everything for some reason. Because what will happen is, this is the parent, and this is the child. But you'll notice that if I delete this, this is actually what the child looks like without me doing anything to it. I actually had to add that manually. So here's the problem, because the actual child, it inherits all of the functions from the parent, and it has all of those built-in things like play effect and everything. It has all of those functions in it, which is what I want, but there's no visual... the actual visuals don't inherit, which is really weird. I don't know why. Maybe that's by design. I have no clue. But all of these boxes and stuff, you can reference them in the child, but it doesn't display them. So the way I fixed that was I just added the metric to the metric. And then in the code, I tell it what text it should have and stuff. But the problem is, when we call an animation, this child has no animation. It's this thing in the child that does, which happens to be the parent class. It's just an instance of the parent class. So we need to have the metric reference the instance of the parent and tell that to play the animation. And I don't know how to do that, because I don't know if that's even possible, because... Yeah, I don't know if that's possible in the way the widget UMG works. And that's one thing I really don't like about the UMG system, is that the inheritance is kind of discouraged that way. Or maybe I'm just doing it wrong, I don't know, but it feels like I should be able to make child widgets and have them inherit the graphical parts and not just the functionality. But I've had to manually add these graphics back, despite the fact that they exist as variables in the parent. So that's the thing, that's why this is so complicated. Because if it was, and you might say, well, why do you have an instance of the parent in the child in the first place? The reason I do that, and the reason I have that parent class, isn't just for functionality, but it's so that if I wanted to, I can go into the parent and change like the color and the font, and it'll do it for all of them. That's the reason I've got that set up, because it's actually really handy. Because you'll notice that these have all been redesigned. So if I go back and like change, I don't know, like if I get rid of this background or something, like I could make it like that and compile, and if I go to the watch, you'll see that it'll copy it for all the children. And if I go and play, you'll see that it changes all of them to look the same. So that's why I do it that way, because it's very, very easy to then modify these after the fact and redesign them, because I knew when I made these that I would be redesigning them at some point. So instead of me having to go into each parent and change the font and color and to be the exact same thing for all like 30 of these, I just do it once and it copies everywhere. But then I have this problem where I can't, like, where inheritance is getting in the way with the UMG system. So what I need is some way to reference the instance and then tell it to animate, which I can make a variable for, but there's no way I can assign this variable, I don't think. I actually don't know how to do it. I need to, like, there has to be some kind of function where I can, like, get widget, like, get child or get user widget, I don't know. Is there, I don't know if there's a function that lets me get what's in the viewport. I don't think that's a thing. Unless, no, there is one way. There is one way that I might be able to do it. I have to do it on the parent, because here's where it gets really whack. So on the parent class, I'm going to compile and save that, and I'm going to go to the child class. And because it is a child, it does have that variable. So I can go set animated widget, and that'll actually be here because it's inheriting that. And all I have to do is go, because this will have a reference to that instance, and I can then tell it to do it here. So that's a little annoying because I essentially have to go in and set this. And actually, I'll have to do that before I call the parent function as well. So that's a little annoying because I'm going to have to do that for every unique metric, but that might work. So yeah, it's kind of weird like that. I kind of tried to come up with a solution while I was explaining it. Oh, that worked. Okay, it's very quick, but the widget does animate. I might have to make those animations slower, actually, because it is very, very fast. So I'm gonna... Okay, that worked. It's just a very annoying way to implement it. All right, well, at least I know that works. That's fantastic. I just need to slow those animations down, because those are really, really, really fast. So I'll change it to, like, 0.5 instead of 0.2. Or... yeah. I still haven't quite gotten used to this editor yet. It's acting a little funny. Yeah, like, I don't know why. Oh, okay, I think I've got it. Hey, there we go. All right, so now it's a little slower. And I know I haven't changed the curves or anything like that yet, but we'll get to that. So now, hey, there we go. Except there is one problem. Oh, I kind of knew I figured I'd have a problem like this, actually. It's hard to notice. It's really hard to notice, but there is some clipping going on. We'll get to that in a minute. Let's just apply this to everything else first, and I'll get to that. And I know why it's happening. So what I need to do... I can get rid of these print strings now. Wait a minute. Just think if there's because I just want to think if there's a better way I can put these nodes, because I don't want to have to do more casting than necessary, because casting can get expensive. I'm curious if I can change this, because this is casting to a specific child. It'd be nice if I could cast... Yeah, I think there was something I changed recently about this that might make this a bit easier. Just give me a moment to find... Yeah, so I think I can replace these with this, because this cast is a little more broad and I can do more with it. So let me just test it, because I'll have to change these for all of the widgets later. I just want to make sure I can do it here once and have it work, because if not, then I don't want to waste time on something that will end up not working. So I just want to, like, it's going to look messy, I know. Just give me a moment just to try this. So I'm just going to skip these two casts and instead just try casting to the parent class to assign those properties, because that should work. And the reason I set it up like this before is because I had this thing I noticed recently where that parent class thing I described, where each metric HUD widget is a child of the master HUD widget, I actually found out last week that they were a child of the wrong class because I had a duplicate of it. and that's why I think I set it up to cast to the specific child, because it wasn't working with the parent, because the parent class of these was the wrong one. So I've deleted that now, and because I had an old backup of it that I've gotten rid of, which should hopefully fix that. Let me just check if these are all going to... I think these are all going to the right place, so let's... Oh. Okay, why... Oh, yeah, I need to plug these in. There we go, that should work. Or will it? Oh, there we go. Okay. Why is... Oh. Oh, that has to go there. That's it. All right. Okay, let's give it a shot. So I think that worked. Because what this is supposed to do is it's binding it, it's setting this thing called metric component. And that's getting used in the child. So I want to just double sure. So I'll write like a random bit of text to make sure that that's still being bound, because that's what should happen. Okay, that's great. Okay, so I can do that, I think. So I think this is going to get kind of repetitive next, so I might be able to rechat a bit. But basically what I have to do is, because here's the thing that's also really annoying, and those who watch my Twitch streams will might be familiar with this situation. Because the issue is, I have a lot of metrics. I'll show you what they look like. So here are all the metric components. We have one called event counter, which is very broad. One called health, which shows the health readout on screen. The rank, score, speedometer, watch. These are all things that get tracked on the mission. Now, here's the thing. These all have things in common. So they all have shared things that they can all do. Some of those, for example, are that these metrics can be counted, they can be saved and loaded, they can be reset, and they can respond to the events of a mission. So if a mission is triggered or loaded or unloaded or completed or failed, all of these metrics can react to those events. So you can tell, for example, the rank to turn on and calculate when the mission ends. Or you can tell the watch to activate when a mission starts. They can all pay attention to what's happening in the current mission and do things specific to them. But because they all react to the same events, it gives them things in common. So you might say, oh, well, are they all children of a parent class? That's how I wanted to have it, but that doesn't work for some reason. And it breaks the entire system if these are all children, even though they share lots of functionality in common. For example, each of these components has the ability to spawn a widget on the HUD in a specific spot and remove it and move it to the results screen. They can all do these things, and they do it the same way, but these are all not children of each other. These are all separate classes that I've had to copy and paste the code for. And you might say, Ray, the whole point of having inheritance is so you don't have to copy and paste. What are you thinking? And it's like, yeah, I thought of that, and I tried that. But when I do that, nothing works. It all completely breaks. And specifically, because I'll show you how these are used in context for those that haven't seen this before. Because I've tried to make this a very flexible system, and maybe I went a bit too far with it, but this is the system I have, and this is the one I have to work with. And if I open a mission, this is the actual mission actor. So I'm not using the game mode system, and there's a deliberate reason why. I'm using my own actors to control the game rules. So this, for example, this is a mission blueprint. So for example, and it has all these events like when mission loaded, when mission started, when mission ended, when mission failed, and so on and so on and so on. It has all of these events that it can look out for. In this mission, you know, I can tell it, hey, when the watch metric finishes, for example, if I have a time limit and it reaches 0, then, you know, call end mission and untick this boolean. So that means you fail the mission. So that's sort of the kind of stuff that happens here. And, you know, if we go further later on, it's like, you know, on mission ended, this is where the rank gets calculated. And it says, you know, call on calculate rank, move all of these widgets to the results screen. That's kind of what all this is doing. I know it looks a bit of a mess right now because I'm still playing and building it. But that's like in context, that's where it gets used. And this mission uses those components. So if I go up to the top here, you can see that here are all the missions in context. We have, this is the base component, which has all of those event dispatches programmed in. This is the watch that keeps track of how long you're in the level. This is responsible for calculating your rank. This is responsible for keeping track of score. And this is responsible for keeping track of how many cogs you've got. And these all work together to create the mission rules and the scoring and everything. Now, the reason these are all separate components is because I had planned to create missions, like side missions in the game, that didn't use all of these at the same time, or they use them differently. For example, you know, a mission that doesn't have collectibles in it, but it has a time limit where you have to get all the checkpoints in under a minute. So I can just simply just delete this and delete this, and, you know, maybe keep these two in and just have a mission that uses those components only. And it's really flexible because you can make a lot of different game modes from these pieces. But these pieces are flawed because they don't always work reliably in the editor. And one of the things that's annoying is, like, a lot of these share things in common. For example, they can be saved. Like, when you die, for instance, like, let's say you take damage and you respawn. All of these have the ability to save and load the value that you had at the last checkpoint. So, for example, you hit a checkpoint and your score is 10. And then you go and get 20 more points, and then you die. It'll know to load your previous save score back. And all of these metrics can do that with the specific number they keep track of. So they have things in common, but here's the thing that's so weird, and this is the thing that's been racking my brain for like almost the better part of a year, is that when you make these all children of a parent class, which is what I had them as initially, then if you add more than one of them to an actor, they all break. They just don't work. And the events that are meant to fire don't fire. And so to solve that, I had to separate and decouple all of these and make them all separate, completely independent components. And the annoying thing about that is that, yes, that kind of fixed the problem, but if I make a change, a fundamental change to how a metric works, I then have to go into every single other one and make that change. So that one of the changes I've just made is how the spawning of widgets works, because I've added a new event on the watch metric. So right here, so all of those things I just showed, they have a copy of this that does something slightly different depending on the number, but it has a lot of these in common. But if I make them inherent to that stuff, then they don't work. But if I have them separate, it does work, but it means that I now have to go into the rank and the score and everything and add this one thing to them, which is going to be very tedious. So for those wondering what I'm going to do next, that's what I'm going to do next. Because, yeah, it's just annoying. Like, but if I don't do it that way, it doesn't work. So that's game development, baby. Ha, got him. That's my life. But if we do that, we don't have to do it again, hopefully. It's just really annoying. That's the only thing. It's just annoying, but it's better than having them not work. So, you know, that's just how it is. So anyway, I hope that explanation kind of describes what I'm about to do. But I will now read chat. Hey Mage Zeref, good to see you. Got, yeah, a lot of first-time people dropping in. Thanks for coming. Not quite with the prefab. Like, prefabs and blueprints are one and the same. That's the one thing I do miss about Unity. But I understand Unreal, their thing and how they do it, and it actually is better, except in this specific case with what I'm doing. That's the only thing that's kind of annoying about it. Because that's essentially what I am trying to do. Because look, I'm not a programmer. I don't have a degree in this stuff. I really technically should not know how to do any of this. I have no education in this at all. I just literally Googled programming and I've taught myself how to do it. So I'm no expert, but I understand some fundamentals like composition over inheritance. And I actually I stumbled into that by accident, by the way, complete accident. I was actually like, I independently came up with the idea of, you know, what if I just had components that had these behaviors in them instead of inheritance? And then I learned that that was actually a thing called composition. Now I have a friend that knows a lot about this stuff, and he always, every time I meet up with him, he always geeks out about it, and it's really cool listening to him talk about it. The problem is that Unreal is, from what I've seen, maybe I'm wrong, but from what I've seen, Unreal is not designed to be used this way. I don't think because the inherent friction is that composition over inheritance isn't how Unreal works. I don't think. The way I've observed is that Unreal is it's all inherited stuff. I think that's how the way it's built. Because if you go to Window and you go Classes, wherever that is, I know that there's a thing for it. Developer Tools, where there is a Class Viewer. So these are all the classes that come with Unreal. And you notice that everything you use is inherited from something else. And everything in the entire engine is inherited from actor. That is like the base object. There are a lot of different types of actors, but this window basically shows how everything is inherited. So if we scroll down, we actually might see my own stuff in here. So if I go down to, where is it? I'm trying to find Gabby. She's in this list somewhere. Oh, she should be in the character class. Oh, no. That inherits from something else, actually, yeah. So if we wanted to find Gabby in this inheritance list, we would go to Pawn, and then Character, and then Feline Character, then Feline Player Pawn, and then there's Gabby. So she inherits from this, which inherits from this, which inherits from this, which inherits from this, which inherits from Actor. And I think, because that's how the engine works, and I think if you try to do composition stuff, it kind of goes against this. Like, there's friction, because this isn't like, you know, I don't think this is meant to get used that way. Even though that actor components exist, but because it's in a system of inheritance, I don't know. Maybe keep in mind, I don't really understand how this works. I'm just, from my experience on what I break and what I fix, the conclusion I've come to is that there seems to be some kind of friction between doing those two methodologies. I don't know why there's friction. I can't explain or account for it. I just have experienced friction when trying to do that, when trying to implement composition principles in Unreal. So, yeah, there's not really anything I can do about that because it's not my engine. I could make my own system, but like, I'm not at that level. Like, I don't know how to do that. So I'm just going to try and work within my own limits, and I know how to copy and paste to decouple these, so that's what I'm going to do. And I know it's not the way I want to do it. I know it's not the most efficient way, but that's, like, given the amount of time and research that would be required to figure this out, I just need to get it to work. If I get the luxury of time later to actually go in and do something, then I will, but I have so much more stuff to do. Like, you can't always have the luxury to do things like perfectly all the time, because then the game would take too long. It would take like decades if I went in and did that. So, you know, there's a bit of like risk, and you have to like be willing to just lose battles sometimes. And that, yeah, as a solo dev, that's kind of what you have to do. It's just it's a sacrifice you have to make. And, you know, I've come to accept that. And yeah, it bothers me, but like, what are my other options? You know, invest like, you know, 6 months like modifying the engine, and it's like, is that really going to be worth it? Is the customer, is that going to make a difference? Yes, it'll make development harder for me, and it might be, if I can get it to work and program the way I want it, it'll be easier for me to use them, but I'm not going to buy the game. I'm not the customer. So anyway, so basically what we have to do is copy what I've just done here to like 5 other things. or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 classes. So let's get into that. Why don't you use C++? Because I'm not a programmer. That's why. It's too. It would take too long to learn it. But yeah, we went into that discussion last time. It didn't really go anywhere. Let me just fix these up because I've noticed that these are a bit wonky. All right, so we got to find the event, which should be in here. There we go. Okay, this one already has the children classes there, so that might be easier. Let me just. I'm gonna put this on my other screen to look at for reference, so I can copy it. Well, yeah, see that? Yeah, like what Joel said. I love the idea of actor components, but I think the reason... from the research I was able to do, the weird thing is, I don't think you're supposed to have two actor components that inherit from the same class on one object. Because I've noticed every time I do that, it breaks. Like, nothing works. So I think that might be a limitation of the whole system there, is that I don't think you're supposed to be using two, because yeah, there was something I looked into on like why that is, and it's complicated, but I didn't have time like to research and figure it out. It's like, oh, I could do that and spend weeks redoing the whole system again, or I could just copy paste this and get it done in a few hours. And you know, when you're on a deadline, you kind of have to just bite the bullet and go, well, I don't want to do it this way. I know it's not the perfect way, but I can't afford to make it perfect. So you have to just like, you have to kind of swallow your sensibilities and pride of how you think it should be done so that it does get done. Because, you know, that's something that I've discussed a lot with some of my other friends. You know, this, my designer, for instance, you know, he's a lot more experienced than I am with production because he actually did finish his game. And yeah, listening to him talk about how his development went after the fact, because I was talking to him a lot when his game launched to learn. And yeah, he had very interesting things to say that I would never have assumed or I would have disagreed with. But because he has that experience to back it up, and this is why I said earlier to only really listen to people that have like actually done stuff, because his experience was so valuable, because it's essentially that thing where like there's no perfect scenario and you have to kind of make those sacrifices, and everyone does it, even if they try and hide it. Like, sure, you know, there are some people that are very proficient and might avoid mistakes like that. But, you know, there's some video, I don't know if you guys have seen it. It's like this video about the Half-Life 2 source code, and there's all these notes in there that it was a video released some time ago now, and it had all of these commented code of all the stuff they couldn't get working. So it's like, even those guys don't have perfect code. Like, they can't, they just leave stuff in there because ultimately, you know, we don't have unlimited time to ship projects. And that's kind of where, like, time and budget is kind of what it comes down to. So what that does mean, though, is that the game actually comes out, which is actually, for the, you know, that's pretty good. But it then means that you have to sacrifice things so that it comes out in a timely manner. Because, you know, things like that, yes, it's not perfect, but can you really afford to spend more time on it? And most of the time, like in a vacuum, yes, but because there's usually heaps of other work that needs to happen, then the answer usually is no, because you've got other priorities and things that need to happen. So that's kind of one of the things I don't like about talking about programming and showing my programming to people, is because a lot of people are only seeing my code without context, and they don't know what my development schedule is, and they don't know like all of that stuff. So they look at me, like, skip over and, like, you know, do a suboptimal solution for something, and they go, oh, well, that's not the right way. And it's like, yeah, I know, but I have like 10 other jobs I have to do, and I can't afford to do it that perfect way. If I had nothing else to do, If it was in a vacuum, then absolutely, but that's not how it is. Like, it's not in a vacuum. And that's the kind of curse, is that you guys watching, you will not really get that, and I don't expect you to. Like, to know that, you need to like know every intimate detail of the project, which you don't need to know, because it's not your job to make it, so don't worry about it. But yeah, it's just there are those factors that it's my job to consider. It's not your job to consider it, because this isn't, it's not your responsibility to make this. But for me, as the guy responsible, I have to take those into consideration, which happens all off camera. So it might look really weird from the outside, because it's like, why is he choosing this way? It's not the best way. And it's like, most of the time it's a calculated risk. And it's like, yeah, I know, like I've thought about it. And I also, you guys have to remember, I'm not a savant in this stuff. I'm really not that good of a programmer. I'd say I'm average, but I would not say I'm like a veteran. Because I like I said, this is all self-taught. I'm completely self-taught, and I accept that there are things I don't know. I accept there are things that could be done better, but I think I can, my experience has led me to believe that I can still get things done without having to waste 5 years at college or something. So yeah, so that's kind of how I roll. That's not like to say that you should all do it that way, but that's just how I'm doing it. And it doesn't really affect anyone else. So it's not really a big deal with how I decide to do something, because it's ultimately just my responsibility. I accept the consequences of that, and those consequences don't affect it's not like I have 20 people working on this. If that was the case, then I would make decisions very differently. But because that isn't the case, I can afford to do stuff like this. But again, this is like when I said earlier about giving advice, this is why I don't like to give advice. It's because this thing I've all said is specific to my project. This is right for my project and for me as the developer. This won't be right for someone else. It might be, but it isn't. I'm not saying that's how everyone should do it. I just want to make that clear. Because I think, yes, I've noticed that some people might take my advice too on the heart and copy me. Like, do exactly as I say, but no, don't do that. You have to decide for yourself if that risk is worth it. Anyway, I've opened the wrong class. I need this one next. Actually, let me just check. Did I do that right? I did. Okay, cool. Oh no, actually no, that I've missed something. There's something else I need to add. There's one more event I have to add, and that's the exit state. I have to do that. Let me just, there might be another event I might have to add as well. I've just remembered. So I need to go to remove widget, and I need to copy this. Because I totally forgot. So it's only going to animate in, it won't animate out because I haven't added that in. Okay, I just have to think for a sec. I'm gonna have to do a cast. Okay, I have to... I just gotta think what order this goes in. It's very important I get this right. Whoa, excuse me. Because this has to happen in a certain order. Do I have any moderators? No, not at the moment. I think I did, but because I don't have a schedule, I don't want to like they're all busy. I don't want to bother them. But I'll get some at some point. I'm just trying to think. What order is this supposed to go in? Because this has to go in a specific place along this function, and it can't go after this because then it won't do anything. It has to go before remove parent, but it has to do a condition check. I just gotta think very carefully. I think this has to go before. I think this has to go here. And that has to go there. And then I have to go call on remove. I think it's remove widget. No, that's not it. Yeah, that's it. So I gotta call this. Except something is not right. There should be oh, okay, well that should go there. First problem. But there should be a thing. Something, there's a missing things. There should be like a boolean. Maybe it's this. There we go. I don't know why there's two of these. That's really weird. Yeah, there's like two call on remove widgets for some reason. And one of them does not have inputs, which I don't know why. But I just will avoid using that one then. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Ah, let's bring you back. So I gotta do that. Did you got the funding from Screen Australia? No, well, no. After the issues we had, definitely not. I don't think we're ever getting money from them. But yeah, we have applied at other places. We're just waiting. We don't, like, ultimately it's hard to say what'll happen. I'm pretty confident though that we'll hear back with some good news, but I don't know when. That's the only thing, because they do take a while. So fingers crossed. I was going to say something about that whole thing, but I don't remember what it was now. Let me just scroll up. Yeah, I should get an FAQ bot, because I do get like a lot of the same questions. So I'm just checking some of your older messages, because I've missed a lot. Oh, there was one question I completely lost. Mass find and replace? Maybe, but it's more than replacing. I have to like kind of move stuff around. Like this is not a replace. This is like an adding to stuff. So I'd rather just do it manually. It's probably easier. Yeah, I don't even know how to find and replace blueprints, but I know that doing it this way will work, so I'll just do it this way. And yeah, like, find and replace will not add stuff to the code, so yeah, that won't work in my case. But I need to like move, because I also want to keep it neat, and I think because all of these are different sizes, find and replace is going to probably mess up the visual flow of all of these, so I'd rather just not do that. Because I need to have this go around this if there is no... Oh. Oh, wait a minute. Let me just check. Okay. So yeah, I need... So what happens when you remove a widget is that it will call this. Now, I don't know if it should do this part next, actually. I think we need to have that skip, because that might cause an issue. But that, it should go around it. Okay, yeah, no, hold on. This needs to like skip the, because I can't have it do remove from parent, because that, you won't see the animation play if that happens. So I need to tell it to skip. And I'm just gonna like put a random thing here. Oh. I just wanted to have a, yeah, a reroute node. That's what I wanted. So I want to reroute that to go, skip over all this and just go straight here. So that way, because on remove widget, I will add this to it, because it's important that when it's animating that it does this after the animation, but it won't know to do that in this situation. It'll just instantly delete it, and that means no animation plays. So I need to do that. Yeah, I need to like kind of do that in the actual base thing. Now hold on a moment here. All right. All right, guys. Let's calm down a minute with the Screen Australia stuff. I do appreciate you guys have been very passionately defending me. I've noticed. I appreciate that. But this is sort of what I was mentioning earlier at the start of the stream. It's complicated. It's not like a good or evil thing. I didn't try to have it come across that way, but I noticed a lot of people are kind of taking it very binary and being like, they're the bad guys, but that's not, it's not that simple. It's very complex. And I actually had a really tough time scripting that video because basically, yeah, it's basically just me saying, this is what happened, and like just reading the emails verbatim. I'm not implying that anyone's evil. I'm not implicating that anyone's bad. I deliberately didn't do that because that's not what I think. I just think it was really difficult to deal with. Like the situation was very difficult and it wasn't worth the trouble. That's it. A lot of people are kind of taking that really kind of extreme. And you know, I can't control your opinion, but I just think that isn't like how I see it. The way I see it is, it was just really complicated and it was too burdensome. And I was like, yeah, no, we're not going to do that. One of the things as well, because I have seen this comment a lot, that I will bring up real quick while I do this. Actually, no. Before I get into that, I'm just gonna check if I've done this right, and then I'll get into that because there's something very important about clause 6.8 that everyone is getting wrong. Like I notice a lot of people have been bashing the clause, but not for the right reason, because it's actually there's more to it. And it was a deterrent for me for signing, but it isn't a thing of it's complicated, but I'll bring that up in just a moment. I just want to like you'll find it interesting, and I hope that you can be a little more informed on what the actual power of the clause was, because I think a lot of people have been getting that wrong too. But before I do, I just need to make sure that this is set, and then I can just copy this to the other metrics and go on autopilot while I tell you about that clause. But just give me a moment. So valid, check metric, remove widget, slot widget in HUD, remove widget from slot, remove parent. Okay, because when it does that, it skips that. Okay, I think that's... I don't know if this should go here as well. If it should do this, but I'll leave it as this is for now, because I think this should be fine. What I then need to do is then go to the this where it says on remove widget, and then I need to go remove from parent. I think that's what I need to do. Let me just like check on that to make sure that that's correct. Yeah, I think that's it, but we should I don't know if there's a way I can test this easily, because this is like a parent class that I don't really use anywhere, so I'll copy this to 1 and we'll see if that works. But yeah, with clause 6.8, I've noticed that a lot of people have been saying that it's like it's control over the IP, but that's actually not exactly right. That clause gave them control over who owned the IP. Now, that isn't the same as owning it, but there are implications there too that I would argue are just as serious. Because that's the thing, is that they own it while I'm still technically owning it. Like, they control who owns it, but I still technically own it. And that's the thing that we had a lot of disagreements over. Because I just gotta be careful with how I word it, because I gotta make sure it's exactly right. But I know for certain that's what that clause meant. It's not that they own the IP, they own who controls the IP. And that is forever lasting, by the way. That if I sign it and if I pull out later, they still have control over who owns it. So that I disagreed with. That was the thing I objected to. It wasn't the fact that they get to control creative decisions, although they do get a say on some things. So when I publish the game, for instance, I do have to send them the game first so that they can provide comment on the game and say, oh, we think you should change this. I don't actually have to listen to those, but I do have to give them the opportunity to comment. But in the future, like for the rest of time, if I had executed that, they get complete say on who owns the property. So if I wanted to sell it to someone or transfer it to someone, or, you know, because forever is a long time. I don't have any immediate plans to do any of that, but perpetuity is a long time, which is what made me very uncomfortable with it, because I don't know what's going to happen in 10 years or 20 years. I have no idea. And I didn't want to get myself involved with these rigid clauses, you know, because I'm young by the, like, I don't think people realize that I'm not as old as I look. I still have a lot of time ahead of me that I have a plan for. Like, I have plans. And I don't know what's going to happen. Neither does Screen Australia. So I thought I objected to any long-term control over the value or the ownership of my, because it is my property. That's the thing that I didn't like. I didn't agree with them being able to say who could own my property. That's the thing I didn't agree with. I thought that was a big reach for a grantor. You know, it would be like running a Kickstarter and giving the backers the ability to control who owns the IP of the game. Because remember, this isn't the game, this is the IP, which is used in the game, but you can do more with an IP than make one game. You could make a sequel, you could make a book, you could make an animated series, you could make a lot of things with my characters and my music and my intellectual property, essentially. So that's, IP is broad, and that clause also gave them lots of very long-term broad control, and I objected to that. I didn't like that very much. So when people, I've noticed some people in the comments saying control of the IP, that's half correct. It isn't exactly that. It's control over the ownership of the IP, which is still, I think, has very serious ramifications, but it isn't the same thing. So I just wanted to clear that up, because I think people are coming away with the wrong facts. Because I did not say, I don't think I ever said it was control of the IP. I said it was control over the ownership. But I understand it's a very heavy video. It's very dense, and there's a lot of legal stuff in there. And I kind of get that people might, like, for me to script that, it took months. So I can kind of understand, like, I think people should maybe watch it 2 or 3 times, I think. Because it is a lot. Like, even for me, I didn't quite get everything until just the end, where I understood what was happening. But, well, yeah, so this comment here from Nine, that's not true. They don't own the IP. They own the right to, how do I word this? They control who owns the IP. So that's the thing, because they tried debating that with me, I think, if I recall correctly. I think they may have said that, like, I think they may have thought that that's what I thought, but that wasn't. I think I interpreted it exactly as it was written, because I knew it wasn't the same as owning. It's having the power to say who owns it, which isn't. It is a type of ownership, but it isn't ownership in the way people think it's ownership. And that's the thing that was weird, because I did see some comments as well that knew that and said, oh, they're not trying to control the IP, you idiot. That's not what they're doing. And it's like, no, that's not what I said. I didn't say that that's what they were doing. But I believe that the ramifications of getting to control who owns that is pretty, like, that has kind of equally substantial ramifications, I would say. Because that is a lot of power. You know, it's like owning a car, but someone else has control over who you sell that car to in 10 years or 20 years. Even though it is your car, you still technically own the car, but you don't have any agency over who can own the car after you. Because that is ultimately their decision. I can elect people, but I can't do anything unless I get approval from them. So that's the that's the thing, and you can't really condense that down to one sentence, which is really difficult. I think that's why a lot of people have been misinterpreting this. It's not something you can just summarize in a sentence. You have to explain the entire clause, basically. But that's the thing. It is really complicated. But that's what it meant. That's what the truth is. Which is what I said in the video, but I understand it's a very fast video. That stuff can kind of go over people's heads, I think. But I just wanted to clear that up, because I think people have been taking it the wrong way. But still, it's still pretty, in my opinion, I think it's equally as objectionable. Which is why, and that compounding, because that wasn't the only factor. I think a lot of people I've noticed are thinking that that's the only reason, but that wasn't the only reason. There was like a dozen other reasons why I decided not to go through with it. That was one of the bigger ones, but there was also the communication, the fact that, you know, they would tell us one thing on like verbally on a video call, and then later they would completely contradict that in writing. That's another major reason. And you know, the fact that they decided to publicize the grant before sending me the agreement, that was another reason. So there's a lot of reasons. It isn't just on one thing. But all of those combined gave me a bad taste in my mouth. And I was like, yeah, no, I don't think I should get involved in that. It just seems like if I'm getting this vibe now, it's going to get worse later. That's what I thought. So I decided not to do it. Well, yeah. So I guess in a way, yeah, what 9it has said, yes, kind of. The wording I used was de facto ownership, because I believe that's the most accurate way to describe it. But it isn't ownership, it's like de facto ownership, which there's, when you're dealing with this sort of stuff, those little differences matter. Those little details. I know it sounds like the same thing because you see the word ownership and you go, oh, it's ownership, but no, it's effective ownership. It's not the same as ownership, but it's still serious. It's just there is a difference. But it still wasn't, I wasn't down for it all the same. But yeah, I guess fickle, yeah. That in essence, that I would say that's, I think that's what it was. But yeah, the other thing I've seen as well that it's kind of annoyed me a little is people kind of like making like, you know, judgments about my dad, which it's bothered me a little bit. I try to ignore it because I mean, at the end of the day, people don't know who my dad is. But something that did kind of bother me as well was people saying that, oh, you shouldn't have listened to your dad. And it's like, well, I did, but I also consulted with the lawyer as well. I didn't just listen to my dad because that'd be stupid. But also, none of you know my dad. He's not some random, like, I'm not going to him because he's my dad. He happens to be my dad, but I'm going to him because he is an entrepreneur. He has been for 20 years. He's a published author. And he has been for decades. He's had like more than a dozen published books, I think. You'll have to look. I have to check. I know it's a lot. It's definitely more than 5 or 6. It's more than 5 or 6. It may be like a dozen or 2 dozen, but I haven't counted in a while because he will literally just release books. And, you know, we'll be having dinner and he's like, oh yeah, so I wrote another book. And that, like, he does a lot of stuff. He's also like, he's so those books as well, that's a whole other topic because he writes books in a lot of areas. He's written physics books, maths books, quantum mechanics books, car books, bunch of stuff. He's actually quite smart. That's the main reason I went to him, because he's very knowledgeable, he's very experienced. I know that it's not game industry experience, but I have to work with what I've got here. I don't really know anyone. Like, I don't know Todd Howard or anything, but I know that my dad, he's run a successful business. I think a lot of those principles kind of are in common because he's had to deal with publishing agreements with his book publisher. And I know that the specifics can be different, but the attitude of negotiating is kind of the same. Like, you do have to have that very scrupulous attitude and analyze every detail. Because I know like that he can do that stuff, because we also, something that people don't know about us is that we have dealt with stuff like this before, but we aren't allowed to talk about all that stuff because reasons. And I know it's kind of like a bit cheap to use that as a defense, but I think people are a little too hard on him because they have no idea who he is. Like, they don't know what we've been through together. They don't know that we both worked at the government before and are familiar with the kind of politics that can happen. They don't know that, you know, we've fought legal battles before together. And I didn't think any of that was really relevant. Like, because I said that I went to my dad because he has more experience, and I think it's pretty simple. I don't really see what else there is to say, but I know a lot of, some people I've seen, it's not a majority, by the way, it's just a few people, but they sort of, I just, it's bothering me a little when I see them like make these judgments about someone they don't know, and that it kind of makes them look a bit stupid, I think, because they have no idea who he is. But yeah, he's not just some like, I would definitely not recommend that people go to their parents for financial advice. In most cases, I would normally not recommend it, but that's precisely why I didn't go to him because he's my dad. I went to him because he's Tony Cripps, right? He, you know, he knows things. He knows things about this stuff. He's experienced, and I can trust him, because the other thing as well is that I know absolutely, and I've had this tested many times, but I know absolutely through the things we've done together, that he will always have my back and my best interests, because we have, even during this grant, we had a lot of arguments over it. And I didn't go into that in the video because it's not really relevant, but we did argue a lot about how to approach things and whether we should even do it. Like, I didn't really want to do it, to be honest, but he actually encouraged me to keep going and that he would help me through it. I said, that's great, thanks. So he was in part responsible for us even getting in there, because he believed in it. And not only that, but he had the ability to sort of not just believe, but also help, which I feel very, 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 very lucky. Like, I'm not saying that that's what you should do. That's not a strategy I would recommend. But in my specific situation, knowing someone like that, you know, how could I not take advantage of that? You know, like, he's helped in the project before with the physics because he's a physicist. And it's not because he's my dad, it's because he's a physicist and he knows how the equations work. So I went to ask him, well, I didn't even ask him, I just told him about it. And he's like, oh yeah, I'll help with that. And he just sat down with me for like a few weeks, and yeah. So it's not that he's some random boomer dad. Like, he's, you know, I would say he's quite respectable. And that was I felt so fortunate to have that. So it does bother me a bit when people just dismiss him as, oh, you don't just go to your dad, you idiot. And it's like, yeah, no, of course, if your dad isn't my dad, then yeah, don't do that. But it's context. Context is very important. And I know maybe I should have said that in the video and gave more background, but I didn't really think that was relevant. I assumed people would kind of trust that I would not go to just some random, you know, like, you know, there's a reason I didn't go to my mum, for instance, because, yeah, she's amazing, but she doesn't know this stuff, so I didn't go to her. So that's, yeah. It's just funny. But, yeah, no, my dad's pretty incredible. I don't want to brag. So I think that's why I didn't mention it in the video, because I didn't want to brag about him too much. But I am very, 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 very lucky to have him on my side. And, yeah, it's... Some people in chat, I don't know, maybe some of my friends are watching that have met him, and you guys know that he knows what he's doing. And he is really good at learning as well. Like, he actually picks up on things very quickly. So, you know. But anyway, I guess that's all I wanted to say about that. But I guess that's kind of my fault. I didn't really give that context, so I think it's kind of fair for people to assume that, I don't know. It just kind of bothered me a little. But yeah, I'm really, like, that's why I kind of do most things by myself, because I am extremely careful with who I go to for help. Kind of like what I said earlier in chat about advice, like, don't take advice from people not in the arena. That's why you'll very rarely see me in like Reddit forums or Discords asking for help, because I've reached the point where general advice doesn't work, because I have my own experience and I have my own network. So I'm usually extremely careful with who I pitch problems to. I usually like to pick people that are like know what they're talking about and have experience, and I know a thing or two about that experience so that I can weight it. But anyway, that's like yeah. Excuse me. I'm sorry, I went on a bit of a tangent. But yeah, I mean, you know, like he is a very private guy, so I didn't want to go into too much detail on our background, because I know that he's not an online, like chronically online person like me. Like he's pretty private, and I respect that. So I didn't want to like go into too much on like our prior history with the government and stuff, but you know, it's not, you know, we're not like, we have some knowledge, like we're not just going into it blind. I wouldn't recommend that, but yeah. Do you drink caffeine or water? Both. I had caffeine, but it's gone, so I have water next to it. Anyway, sorry, back on track now, because I gotta finish this up. Yeah, that'll be all I say about Screen Australia on this stream, because I don't want to get into any more rabbit holes on that. It's just a big can of worms. If you want to know more, just watch the video like twice or 3 times, because it'll change each time you watch it. You'll learn a little something. Like it's like, you know, it's like watching Mr. Robot. It's like it's a different experience the second time through. Because yeah, it's so detailed. It's a lot. It's a lot of info. But anyway, okay, so I need to find. Okay, I got really sidetracked there. And that's the last tangent I'm going on. We're gonna finish this thing, and yeah, we're gonna finish doing the nodes. But there was something I was going to do. Oh no, okay, I think I did it already. All right, because all I need to basically do now is I need to copy this, because I have this thing here, and then I need to go to unremoved, like I did for. I'll put this on my other screen, because this is the template I'll work on. I'll copy from this one. Well, yeah, exactly. I know it comes off that way, but I'm not doing that on accident. Like, I mean, it is funny. It is kind of funny that it comes off that way, but I'm, you know, you guys don't know who he is, and I get that. But I'm not going to him because he's my dad. He just happens to be my dad. But he also happens to you know or not. He's quite. I think he could be a lawyer. Like, from what we've done and the stuff we've had to deal with, the stuff he's helped me with before. Like, I think he could do a good job at that. But he chooses not to. I mean, he's retired, so he's like he's chilling. He's enjoying life. But yeah, I was very careful about picking him. It wasn't for no reason. So I need to copy. I'm gonna just copy and paste this whole bit. And then I'm gonna try and paste it into this new thing, and we'll see how that goes. Because I need to change this function. But yeah, I think there was a guy, just to add a little extra context, there was a guy I saw that was claiming to be the CEO. He was so funny. I saw him in like one of the top voted comments. He was saying that, like, well, firstly, okay, this guy apparently was a 15+ year industry CEO, but he was calling me, quote, a noob, which that definitely sounds like a real person, a real CEO. I'm sure that real CEOs are most certainly going around on YouTube to take time out of their precious day to call people noobs. I'm but that aside, if you try and take him seriously, he was saying that, like, what was he saying? Yeah, he was basically saying that, oh yeah, I wouldn't expect someone raised by employees to understand. And it's like, dude, you have no idea who my parents are, man. Like, It was really funny. So that's the kind of thing that sort of stuff is just kind of what annoys me, because it's not that it annoys me, it's amusing, but it's just like you just look like an idiot, dude. Like, just, I don't know, maybe Google his name first. Like, just yeah, it's just really funny. But you know, he's a CEO. I should listen to him. You know, he's a CEO, guys, and he took time out of his precious schedule to leave me feedback using very professional language like noobish, you know, written like a 15-year-old. He's definitely a CEO. And no, he's like a real one. He's not like, you know, he's definitely not like those kids that will incorporate a company for like a Kickstarter project and then introduce themselves as the CEO of their own company that's only existed for a month. It's definitely not that, guys. It's definitely like a reputable person, you know. Yeah, he was using an anonymous username, but I'm sure he's a real person. I'm sure he's a real CEO. And yeah, he also didn't like give any examples on like what games he had actually done. So that was really funny. He's like, yeah, I've worked on a lot of games. And it's like, okay, like what? So yeah, that's another thing that to go back into the other point, just like don't like take advice from comments, because like who knows who's on the other side. The general rule of thumb, if they're taking the time to leave a comment, they probably have nothing better to do and they might not be worth listening to. It's just something to, you know, that's just like a thing. If you're like serious about like wanting advice, you know, try and like meet real people that have actually got something going that you can verify, like someone that you can actually look up and see exactly what they've done, what their responsibilities were. Because even in that sense, it's kind of crazy. Like some people will just outright lie about stuff. Like I knew a guy once who claimed to be an award-winning developer, but he was only in the special thanks of a game that was award-winning. He actually didn't work on it at all, but he goes around introducing himself as an award-winning developer. And I just can't stand people like that, man. I have no tolerance for that. So yeah, I didn't really... yeah, it was really funny. I kind of don't get on with that many developers, I guess, because of that. But, you know. Anyway. So, no, I'm looking at the wrong... I'm trying to copy the wrong thing. I keep alt-tabbing out. I should probably put this here so I can look at it on the same screen. So this needs to go here. Slot widget and HUD. New parent. Okay, I think... I don't know if that should be there. Just move this out of the way. Free clout, baby. Yeah. Yeah, basically, yeah. Well, yeah, because I knew the guy, and because I knew him personally, because we used to work together on somewhere, and yeah, we had a lot of disagreements over stuff because you know, we had this curriculum we were trying to teach, and he would always make just the worst choices. And I know why now, because he actually hadn't done anything. So, you know, he'd have all these things he would like suggest based on nothing, and I would say, yeah, no, you probably don't want to do that. And he would disagree, and then he'd go around telling people that he was like this award-winning guy, but he had never actually been like, he had been in the special thanks. Like, that's the thing, he was really good at networking and everyone knew who he was, but he had accomplished nothing. So yeah, I don't really have a lot of tolerance for those kinds of people. So I kind of avoided, I kind of just stopped talking to all of them, and never looked back. Okay, there's a missing plug. This has to, I think this has to go here. Oh, wait a minute. Can I make that neater? So I'm also trying, like, that's the one thing I don't like if I was to try and do a copy and replace or something, is that I want to make sure that this stays readable when I'm changing stuff, because it's I need to, like, I know this looks tedious, but having these laid out neatly has been a huge help, because it helps me to read stuff way easier, and I value that a lot. But okay, that has to go there. So yeah, this might be a little tedious, but it'll pay off. Because yeah, if I leave it, because there's some stuff I have that's just still spaghetti, and I'm terrified of going back to it. But yeah, you basically, like, I take the Marie Kondo advice to heart with my blueprints. I want to look at them and be happy. I don't want to look at them and hate life. So that's why I tend to go a little extra on my organization, because it just makes life better. Because you feel not overwhelmed when you look at something, and it's not like you're trying to decrypt a full-on like Da Vinci Code or something whenever you look at it, which I've come to appreciate over time. I'm not sure how static or global. Maybe, I don't know, maybe. I haven't really looked into that. I have thought about, actually no, I did think about that recently, but I don't understand it enough to confidently implement it, and to research it and to redo these with shared variables is just going to take too long. So maybe next time. Oh, thanks, Van Brace. Congrats on the oh, I don't know if I'd call that a success. I don't know if I'd call it that, but sure. Thanks. I would definitely call it a... What would I call it? It was an event, I would say. It was... It occurred. It was a thing that happened. Yeah, I guess so. I guess I just say, yeah, it happened. I don't know if I call it a success. Is there? I mean, there might be a tool. I don't know. Maybe there is. I haven't really looked into it. And if there was, I don't know if it would do it the way I want it, because I have a specific way I like things laid out, and I don't know if it would. I really haven't really looked into what kind of tools there are. Because, like, the less... It's been my experience that the less plugins I install, the better. Because it's, like, less troublesome. And there's lots of... Yeah, there's a lot of reasons for that. I have heard that, like... This isn't my first-hand knowledge, but I have heard from someone at Epic that the less plugins you use, the easier it is to port to other platforms. So I'm going to take his word for it and try and use plugins very sparingly. And actually, no, there was a time where I actually had a very bad experience with a plugin. It was a plastic plugin. And for those who don't know, it's a source control thing. It was literally a source control plugin, and by having it enabled, it would not let me compile the game. It would just not work. And I found that out the day I was trying to compile the build for Screen Australia, which was really terrifying because we had done all this work and the game was like, oh, cool, this runs great in the editor. And then we try to compile it and you hit build and then within 2 seconds, it just fails. And it's like, what is going on? And it took me like a whole, like, it might've been like the whole morning. And this is on the day, which you don't want to have this kind of thing happen on the day. But on the day, like, I quickly researched and I found it was because of that one plugin. And I was like, oh my God, you gotta be kidding me. So I disabled it and I haven't turned it back on. And now the game compiles. So yeah, I try to avoid plugins for that reason. But yeah, it was, it's funny though. I will grant you that. It is hilarious. It is really funny. But I think I've had enough. I don't want to have a lot of funny stories. I just want things to work. But anyway, yeah. So that was my fun, like, big panic moment. All right, so I think that one is done. But oh no, I forgot one thing. Oh no, I've got it in there. Okay, sweet. Yeah, maybe I'll make my own plugin. Who knows? That'd be cool someday. But I do find it kind of relaxing. I do enjoy manually doing it. Even though I know it takes a bit of time, but the result is a nice clean blueprint and I feel happy. So yeah. So that's that one done. So I'll move this over to this side of the tab. Oh, wait. Is that the... Oh, wait. Okay, I think this one's up next. What? Wait, I just did one. What one did I just do? Oh, I completely lost... I think it was the base... Oh, come on. Okay, I've lost track which one I was doing that to. I think it was this one. So I'll leave that open. We'll do the watch. I swear I just did this one. Okay, maybe not. All right. Let's hope I don't lose track of these. I'll do the remove first, and then we'll do... Oh, no, I just closed one by accident. What one did I just have open? I think it was the watch? Yeah. So I'll paste this stuff in. So yeah, it's just going to be a lot of copy, pasting, and moving. Yeah, I'll just copy the whole event. Might as well. And then I'll just, like, disconnect this. Yeah, I'll get quicker at this the more I do it. Because, yeah, I've just figured out a massive shortcut that I could just copy-paste the whole node. I don't know why I didn't do that the first time. That would have been... I don't know, yeah. Well, now I'm doing it. The only problem, though, that I don't like is that when you copy and paste a node, it, like, makes everything slightly crooked, which really bothers me. I don't like it when it's crooked. But if I use my keybind... Yeah, okay, that was way quicker. Awesome. All right, see, that took a minute. All right, now I know what I'm doing. It should be no problem. Thanks, Joe Lowe's. Appreciate it. A valuable video of the importance of reading. Yeah, I guess. I mean, yeah, it's the thing that's kind of shocking is that apparently, because I did see some feedback on this afterwards, but apparently a lot of people think that that is normal, like what I had. And I feel so sorry for them, because that is terrible, like in my opinion. The, not them, but the contract. I thought it was written to a poor standard. That's what I meant to say. Like, I know that the guys there, because I've worked government, I know what it's like. They're just doing their jobs. But the work, the actual output, I thought was unacceptable. And yeah, apparently a lot of people, not a lot, like a few people thought, oh, well, that's normal. And it's like, oh my God. Then that's kind of a problem, isn't it? This is acceptable? So, yeah. Always read them. And I did see one comment that made a good point, and it said, you know, that kind of contract for a throwaway project would be acceptable. And I'm like, yeah, I would agree with that. If this was some random throwaway game that I didn't care about, then I probably would have signed it. But I would also feel very weird about accepting like hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars to throw away and waste on a throwaway project that I didn't care about. Like, something ethically just doesn't seem right about that idea. So, you know, yeah, like that's like, I would feel terrible if I signed that for a throwaway game, because that would just be wasting. I think that would be a waste. Not just of taxpayer money, but a waste of my time. Because why would I spend time on something that was just some side throwaway thing? Like, I don't get anything from that. Like, yeah, I get money, but it doesn't feel right, you know? It doesn't feel ethical, for me at least. Some people might disagree, you know? Some people might be in a situation where that's all they want, and that's fine. But they weren't in that position, though, to sign the contract, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, always read them if you have questions. And well, that's the thing too. I didn't like that they got very in my opinion, they got kind of defensive about it, which I didn't like, because I would ask them genuine questions and then they would try and tell me that I was wrong and then not elaborate. And I didn't like that very much. I think they could have done a much better job communicating. I think the whole thing, because there's another argument that was brought up, was the phone call. People are ignoring. I think a lot of people have forgot that I actually did call them. I mentioned that in the video. There was a scene where I didn't show it because I wasn't allowed to record it, and that was the reason I didn't want to do any phone calls, because I wanted to record everything so that I could look at the call later and actually remember, like, accurately recall what they said, because as you have seen now, that came in very handy to be able to know exactly what they said. And I think in negotiations, it's kind of very vital to know exactly what someone said, to hold them account to it. And you can't do that on a call, because in my state, it's illegal to record people without the consent of both parties. I know that's different in Victoria, where Screen Australia is, but in my state, it's illegal to do that. And I think they would have known that, because, you know, they are a legal team, or some of them were. But also, you know, when I did call them, because I gave them a chance, and I called them, and on the call, they told me information that was completely wrong. So then that's when I decided I wasn't going to talk to them on the phone ever again, because it was a complete waste of time. Like, why should I waste an hour? Because that's how long it took. We spent an hour with them, and all the information, like, oh, no, not all, but the substantial information about that clause was completely wrong. And my time is valuable. I have work to do. They have work to do. So why waste time? Like, why not just write it perfectly the first time, no ambiguity, and just move on with it? That was my attitude. Some people have said that that's too rigid, but I disagree. I think in maybe a normal, like, business deal, like, if it wasn't with legal stuff, maybe, but because this is legalities, I felt that it was important to have everything recorded, and so that if you said something, I could quote you on that later in correspondence and said, well, in this day you said this, because it's just easier to communicate that way if you just write it out. Because when you write it, you actually do have to, I mean, unless you're illiterate, you have to, like, you know, when I write stuff, I usually put a lot of thought into what I say and be very specific about things so that I don't mislead people. And that's why, you know, a lot of, like, the script for that video is very tightly written. And I understand that not everyone is as good as that as me, but with legal stuff, you know, you gotta be careful. Like, you gotta hold people to account to what they say, you know. And that's why I didn't like the idea of calling them, especially after that one call we did do with that. Yeah, it was a complete waste of time, you know. So I didn't want to waste any more time, because we had already been going for like 7 weeks, and I have a schedule to maintain. I don't have time to, like, sit around and be friends with people and you know, because I know that one thing people like to say is, like, you know, to have that personal touch. I don't like that. I'm not there to make friends. I'm there to do a job. And that's all I care about. Just doing the best I can. If I make friends or enemies along the way, I don't really care, because the job is more important. I know that other humans are not like that, but that's how I am. And if they don't like that, then that's too bad. But with lawyers, I expect them, of all people, would understand that those technicalities come above a personal connection or that touch to it. Because the lawyers didn't try and call me at all. They evidently felt that email was completely fine, which I agreed. I was down for that too, because the lawyers never tried calling. They did everything in writing. So I assumed that if they did it that way, the lawyers, then everyone else would be down for that too. But you got to remember that call that I got from that guy, he wasn't a lawyer. He's not qualified to talk about this stuff. So that's why there's two reasons. Those are like the two reasons why I didn't want to do it, because the first call we had was a waste of time, and he's not a lawyer. And I didn't even know who he was until that call, because I wasn't corresponding with him. I was corresponding with the legal team. And I thought it was really weird for someone who isn't on the legal team to intercept my email and try and call me about it on behalf of the legal team, with no legal, like, without any legal experience of his own. I thought I didn't like that. So I didn't play that game. I didn't engage with that, because it was going to be a waste of time, I think. Because, you know, what is he going to do? He's not a lawyer. He doesn't control, he did not write the contract, so I'm not really interested, you know. But yeah, that's a fact that I think a lot of people overlooked, because I have received a bit of heat for, like, not picking the phone up, but it's like, when you consider that, I think you'll understand why I did that, because there's a lot of context you're kind of missing. But anyway. Sorry, I'm just reading some of your messages. I've just kind of been going off about it. Do you think they had any? No, I don't think their intentions were bad. I don't think I ever said that. But that doesn't matter. The intentions are completely irrelevant. Like, it's not that I was afraid they were going to do something evil. It's the fact that, like, the quality, like, what was written down, I objected to. For example, there's been some news, like the day after I published that, the CEO of Screen Australia, who I wrote the complaint letter to, announced his resignation, that he would be resigning at the end of the quarter or something. I don't remember exactly when, but at some point near the end of the year, he's going to be replaced by someone else. And this is why I think the idea of intentions is a flawed argument, because corporations like Screen Australia are incapable of having intentions because they're not people. They're a corporate, like they're a corporation. They don't have intentions. The people working there have intentions. And what happens when those people leave? Their intentions leave. So with this new CEO that's going to come in this year, who knows what his intentions are going to be or how his interpretation of the contract is, which is why I was very adamant about what the specific thing that was written. I didn't really care what the meaning was or what they thought it meant or what I thought it meant. I just looked at what was written there and said, yeah, this is no good. And then they got, they obviously disagreed and said, no, that's not what we intended. And it's like, it's not the point. It doesn't matter what you intended. It's what's written down, because this is what's legally enforceable. And because it's in perpetuity, this is a long-term agreement too. This lasts way beyond the scope of the employees. Like, when all of those people leave and new people are hired, that contract is still going to be in place, and those new employees may interpret and have different intentions and interpret the contract differently. That's something you have to keep in mind. I know it's a lot to think about, and it was really stressful, but I had to look into that way and ignore what their intentions were, because it's not that I wanted to like turn a blind eye, because I get what they were trying to do. That's the thing, because after I made the video, I felt kind of bad because I knew what they were trying to do, but the agreement didn't like communicate that well, and that's all that matters. It's only what's on the agreement. Sorry, I've just been trying to, I don't know why this is giving me an error. But yeah, that's it. It's that simple. Like, in a legal setting, that stuff matters. Intentions mean nothing. And I know it sounds heartless and rigid, but that's how these things work. Like, that's how the law works. And some people have said that, it was kind of rough of me to hold them to that standard, but I don't see an issue with that at all. Like, if I think there could have been a clause that they could have written that would have done exactly what they intended and nothing more. I believe that there could have been some combination of words that did exactly what they intended, but that's not what happened. The clause did do what they intended, but it did more stuff that they didn't intend. And also, the communication, they also changed their intentions during the negotiations, which I really didn't like. I didn't like how I was told their intentions were one thing at the beginning and then different at the end. That made it really hard for me to trust them. And they might have been genuinely like, I'm not saying that was on purpose. Like, they might have actually had good intentions for this, but my point is that doesn't matter because it's a legal contract. So hold on, let me just, because I think I've been alt-tabbing up to the wrong, let me just check these two functions. But yeah, it's complicated stuff. That's kind of why it took so long to make that video and to communicate, because it's complicated. It's hard. Okay, that node is done. There's one more thing I need to change, I think. Oh, wait a minute. What else? I had something else open. Oh, it was this one. Okay, so this one I'm modifying. Because I needed to add, yeah, here we go. I need to change, wait a minute. Oh, okay, that's already done. Okay, this one's done. I can save that. Okay, we'll move on to the next one now. But anyway. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the formatting was also kind of concerning. There's another thing I'll bring up real quick that I didn't mention because the video was going on really long. But there was another clause in there. Actually, should I get into this? It might, maybe not. I'll have to like get it out and read it, which I don't want. I'm gonna get too distracted if I do that. But there was something in essence saying that I would have to, well, I'll talk about that another time. I think I'll have to get it out and read it. But there was more. Those mistakes I showed on the video were only the tip of the iceberg. There was a lot more that were all very weirdly specific, and I didn't think it would be like a productive use of time to go through all of them. But those little things were not like the only ones. There is one I know from memory that I can, it's really simple, this problem, that I can tell you about. There was one clause that said that this clause something point something does not survive termination or expiry. But then in clause 12, I don't know which part of clause 12, but there was some part in clause 12 that lists all of the clauses that do survive, and that clause was listed there. So in one part of the document, it said this clause doesn't survive, but then later down it says it does survive. So that one was really funny because it's obviously contradictory and no one noticed. That worried me a lot because I didn't know whether this... It wasn't like a serious clause either. It was some minor thing. But the fact that like they couldn't consistently tell me whether or not it survived or not, I'm just like, come on, guys. Like this... like, I'm not a lawyer and I can see this. Like, come on. Like, this is just like, this is sad. So yeah, I'll later on, I think I might be able to remember what it was, but it was, yeah, the issue was that it would, in one place it said it did survive and somewhere else it said it didn't in the same like section. And it's just like, oh my God, like, how about we don't do that? How about we proofread this? You know? But I mean, they didn't even acknowledge that one actually, because I didn't even get around to bringing that up because we had all this other stuff. So I told them that I had more and they weren't interested. I said that these are some of the, like those ones I talked about in the video, I emailed them about it and said, here are some problems. This is just some of them. And then their response, I think, was like, yeah, we're not interested in negotiating. And it's like, do you not at least want to hear the rest of them maybe before? Because the one of those was that one, which was easily fixable, that they just weren't interested in. So that, I mean, that is as well. Not only that the mistake was there, but the fact that they didn't seem interested to remedy it, I was not down with. I don't think I could work with people like that. But hey, that's just contracting. I mean, I don't know. I can't say why. I don't know why it was like that. I just know that I wasn't going to sign it. That's all I can say. Who knows why it ended up that way? It's a mystery. And yeah, the fact they didn't want me talking about it either, I thought was really weird. Like, if they were that confident in it, they wouldn't have offered me a settlement to essentially keep quiet. I thought that just gave me such a sick feeling in my stomach. I know that's not really it's a very visceral response, and I tried really hard to quell my inner adrenaline, but you know, some things you look at and you just go, I just can't ignore that. Like that, some red flags, like, you know, like, yeah, when it comes to the whole intentions thing, like, yeah, sure, maybe they did have good intentions, but then explain that, like, why, you know, even with the good intentions, they still made mistakes, and mistakes that could have been easily fixed, and then they deliberately decided to not address them. That, yeah, whatever your intentions are, I think that's just poor form, in my opinion. Like, I get the system they're in. I've worked government before. It's very rigid, and the whole attitude of, like, we have a standard template that we never deviate from, and then they deviated from it anyway, and then they kept reminding me that we don't deviate from it. I get that idea, and I agree with it, but you need to have a good template. You can't just chuck something together. Like, it has to be a good template, and then I will respect your decision not to negotiate, because you've at least put in the work to write something that doesn't have mistakes in it. But that's just my opinion on it. That's just my attitude. I've now learned that not many people share that attitude. which is a bit of a shame. But it's all over now. It's done. I don't have to worry about it. No, they haven't contacted me. At least to my knowledge. I haven't seen anything. I know that they've been closely monitoring me, supposedly. But I haven't... to my knowledge, I haven't gotten any response. And, you know, that's fair. I don't... That would be funny if they hadn't seen it and had told me they'd be monitoring me. That's kind of funny. But also... I don't think they have anything to worry. Like, you know, I haven't defamed them. I haven't misled anyone about them. There's nothing they can do about it. They did suggest. I'm not going to say it was a threat. I'm going to say it's a suggestion. They did suggest that if I were to talk about and make my video, that I would be in potential of breaching injurious falsehood. I think that was what they said. This is from I think this was from the CEO that said this, that I may be, you know, for injurious falsehood. And for those who don't know what injurious falsehood is, injurious falsehood is like suing for defamation, but it's for businesses. Because, and this is where my dad comes in handy, because my dad knows these laws. And that's why, you know, that's why he's not like, that's why I respect him and had trusted him with this, because he knows this stuff. Because he was the one that brought to my attention the difference between injurious falsehood and defamation, because they are different. They have different criteria. So I think according to the laws in my state, corporations over a certain size, non-profits and government agencies have no grounds to sue for defamation. Like, they aren't allowed to sue for defamation. The only protected classes can. I'm in one of those classes because I'm a small business, so I can sue. Individuals can sue, but big companies can't. Government-owned agencies can't, and I think it might. Yeah, but they have something else that they get to do called injurious falsehood. But the criteria for that is very strict, and it's very difficult to prove, because there's 4 criteria that need to be met. And I'm going to try and recall them from the top of my head, but don't quote me on this. If I recall correctly, the criteria is that the material was published, that the material made false statements, that the material hurt the brand, the target. And there's one more thing. I don't remember what it was. Like, it caused damage, and that it was false, and it was published, and it was done with the malicious... Yeah, and it was done with malicious... Those are the 4 criteria they need to prove to act on that. But that is really difficult to prove, which is why you don't really see it happen that often. And I haven't done any of those things, so they can't do anything. And yeah, and again, I feel like they shouldn't have to, because it's not like I'm trying to make them look bad or anything. I'm just telling people what happened to me. Like, it's not really about Screen Australia, it's really about me, about like what happened to the game and the negotiation experience that I had. It just so happened that they were in it, and they were, you know, they had a role in the story somewhere, but, you know, I'm just literally reading their emails verbatim. I'm not trying to get, you know, make them look a certain way. It's just, that's just what they told me, and I'm just telling people exactly what happened, like verbatim. Literally just reading their emails out, like exactly as they were written. So if they want to say that that's, you know, they won't, but if they do want to say that that's like misleading, then they're going to have a tough time, because I literally just quoted them. So, yeah. But yeah, the fact that they brought that up, I thought was kind of weird, because it almost seemed like that they were worried I was going to say something defamatory, and that they were going to... It seemed like a warning. That's how I interpreted it. It came across to me like they were warning that if I did say anything, that I'd be in breach of that law. And it's like, why would you care? Like, why do you think I'm going to do that? Like, I thought that was really kind of a little insulting, that they thought that's what I was going to do. Like, I'm not trying to be like, you know, I'm not like, what do I have to gain from that? If this was about money, I would have just taken the grant. Like, I wouldn't have tried to make a whole thing out of it. You know, like, it's you know how much time it takes, like, to do all that stuff and make a video is, you know, I was going to make it anyway, whether I was successful or not. Like, I already started filming it like months in advance. I already had it planned. But for them to say, you know, to say what they said about it, I thought it was kind of a bit weird. a little, you know. So I think I've got 2 of those metrics. Let me just check. There's one more node I think I'm missing. But I am gonna have to go soon, so I'll try and get this quickly up. But we're gonna we'll close the book on that discussion for now, because that's a big rabbit hole. Back to the UI stuff, because essentially, yeah, it's just getting those animations to trigger on each widget, and then once that's done, we should be set. So I just got to make sure. I think this one's done. Oh, wait a minute. What's this? Oh, that's new. Oh, okay, this is where it gets kind of weird. So this specific metric has different functionality in it. Slightly different. So I might ignore this one for the moment. We'll skip over to the next one, and we'll do that at the end, because that's a special case, that one. So I'll find wherever it is. Metric event, metric watch. Okay, I need to find the one, health. I think it's this next one. Did I do that one? I think I already did this one. Okay. Oh, no. I didn't finish it. I did one part of it, but I didn't. Yeah, I knew there was one I was working on that disappeared, and I found it again now. So I got to add just this to it. So I got to create. Oh, no, it's not that one. There we go. So it's this one. I got to get rid of that. Well, yeah, actually, to respond to Luke, I actually did get an email after the video from, I haven't heard of them, but it's they offered me like to some grant thing, but it's a little different. It's like, I don't know, I'll have to like look into it more, but it's not like a normal grant. It's got some specific things to it. But yeah, that was really funny to have that in my inbox. All right, so yeah, I just want to make sure that this is neat. I think this is, if I compile with it, I just got to make sure it's all plugged in right, because I know that I miss things sometimes. All right, that looks fine. What's up next after health is rank, which, yeah, this has, yeah, I'll leave that one alone. That has some extra specific stuff in it. What's the next one? Score. I think that should, yeah, okay, this one's normal. We can do this one. So let me just close, because I have a lot of stuff open. I'll close some of these. I think I should, yeah, I should be able to finish this in the next 20 minutes, I think. I need to use one of these as reference. I'll close these, cool. I'll just have 2 open, makes it easier. Isn't opening a Kickstarter a good idea? I think someone asked this earlier, and yes, but Kickstarter is not, you don't just do a Kickstarter. Like, that is a lot of work and commitment that I would like to do as a last resort. There's other options I do want to try first, but I'm open to the idea. It's just, you know, I want to just try everything else, because Kickstarter is it's a lot more jobs than funding. You essentially have to, funding is like part of it, but you need to do a lot of PR work. You also, I think, held to a bit of a different standard as well to like private funding, because instead of dealing with a funding body, you're dealing with the public. And it's been my experience that the broad general public don't understand how game production works. So that's another risk. I think I could I feel confident that I could try managing that and give that a shot, but it's something to consider in making that decision, because, you know, I'm sure heaps of you have heard stories of Kickstarters that failed. There are lots of those stories, and I've been studying a lot of them very closely, and they usually all get the same things wrong. But the main thing, one of the big factors that a lot of them ignore, is that like public perception is very easy to get wrong. And I think part of that is, when for the failed projects, I think part of that is the developer's fault, but I think part of that is the public's fault too, because most of the public don't understand how a game is made, and they think that things should be done quicker or whatever. Like, but you know, they'll have these things of, oh, it should be done by now or something. That's usually the common thing I hear. But for each, that's the thing though, is that there's no right answer, because each game is going to have a different reason why it has a certain schedule, or a different reason why it has a certain budget, and it's not like a one size fits all. And I think a lot of people ignore that. So if I was to do that, I would want to be very transparent and kind of help people to understand what's going on when they're funding it. Like, I don't want to just go in and say, oh yeah, this is the dream, fund it to make it happen. Like, I kind of would like, I don't know how well that'll go down, but I would like, if I was to do that, to have some kind of thing where I'm explaining the risk. Because I don't think a lot of people, I think a lot of people treat it like they're pre-ordering the game, which is absolutely not what Kickstarter is. And I think a lot of the backlash people have from Kickstarter projects is when people treat it like a pre-order. But yeah, no, that's absolutely not how that works. And I kind of don't blame them. Like, I don't expect the public to understand that, because it's not their job, and I get that. But if I was to do it, I would like to kind of shed a light on why that is. But I don't know, because there's probably a reason why that doesn't happen a lot, because I haven't seen someone actually explain that. So maybe there's a reason why, but I don't know. I have never run a Kickstarter before, but there's a lot to learn. There's a lot of work, but I'd be down to do it if nothing else works. But it is, whatever I end up doing is going to be it's going to have it be a very well thought out like thing. It's not just going to be some hastily put together thing. But that's going to take time. Like, that could be a long time still. Yeah, I mean, it's not it's not that it's bad, it's just risky. Some people are good at handling that risk, some people aren't. I have no idea how good I would be at it. I feel confident that I would handle it better than some, but I know that there are people that will do it better than I will, obviously. So, I mean, yeah, because I haven't done it. I don't know. People who have done 5 Kickstarters, for instance, will know how to do it way better than me. But, you know, you gotta learn, and it's a gamble. Because I think one thing I do want to like also. Because one thing that's also kind of like a thing is a lot of Kickstarters that get made, at least from what I've seen, are from people's first games, and those are very risky. And there's not much you can do about that though. But I would like to make people aware that it is risky and what they're getting into. But I'd like to say that one thing I think that helps me out is that I have a history. Even if I don't have a shipped game, I think my devlogs are great proof of my commitment, which is something that a lot of projects will struggle with, I think, because who the hell's going to, give money to some unknown developer who's never made a game? That can apply to me. But because I have builds, like those public builds and videos, I think that'll help. Because it's like, oh, okay, this guy isn't, because I think that's the thing. A lot of people will just assume you're a scammer a lot of the time now. So that's something to also consider. You have to be prepared for people that are gonna think that you are just trying to get money, which is, you are trying to get money, but you're not trying to do it for bad reasons. But yeah, because of the reputation it's gotten, it can be difficult. So I want to make sure I'm doing that thoughtfully, which, yeah, success can be tricky. That's even if it gets funded, because, a lot of them don't. So it's like, so what do? You like do a campaign and no one buys it. It's like, well, I guess that's kind of, what do you do from there, really? But yeah, it's an interesting topic to look into. Okay, I need to add that node next. Oh, well, yeah, of course. Well, yeah, like, I want to say again, I know I mentioned this earlier, but I do want to say that the fact that people are suggesting this makes me feel very lucky. Because I think I think there'd be people that would be down to do that, which is really amazing. And I don't want to. It's not that I want to like discount that, because that is incredible. I just don't want to like disappoint people. So that's why I did think about doing that like a few years ago, but I knew I was not ready then, so I didn't. Call on spawn widgets. Yeah, something's... Oh, wait a minute. There we go. Yeah, when I copy and paste this one, it seems to not play nice for some reason. But yeah, I need to kind of move these all out of the way. Thanks, Kuro. Yeah, it's how it is. That needs to be plugged through there. All right, that's another one done. Oh, I gotta plug that in. Yeah, gotta make sure I do that. Actually, let me just quickly check. I wonder if I forgot to do that for some of these other ones. I might have left something unplugged. Okay, that... Oh, wait a minute. Ah, I forgot this one too. Okay, let me check these others. Okay, that is a special case one. That is... What's this one? Do I have one here? What a... Oh, okay, this is different. That has different stuff. Do I have it on here? Oh, this is, no, that's different. What one did I just have? Okay, I had the score open. All right, that's finished. Compile, save, epic. Could I test? I wonder, is there... I want to see if this might work. I don't know if it'll actually do anything. Oh. Okay, none of the widgets are spawning. One moment. You have to compile it a certain order. There we go. So, okay, nothing's animating. Maybe I have to check how it's set up. Because yeah, something should be happening with the UI now. It should... I wonder why it isn't. Let me check. Maybe I haven't gotten to those widgets yet. Oh, I've done score. Score should animate, which is at the top. So yeah, maybe I'll just quickly just check to see if any of those are actually working. Because I had to copy them to a few, but I haven't actually ran... Oh, I didn't have these ticked on, that's why. Let's try that again. Okay, now it just doesn't spawn. So let me go and compile this. Now let's try it. Okay, that still doesn't work. Huh. I wonder why. Ah, access to none. Okay, what's going on? It could not read animated widget. Aha. Oh, I know why. Okay, let me quickly do something about that. I want to test these on the just on the score, just to test it once, and then I can be at peace, continuing to copy paste stuff. Yeah, I'm still... Yeah, and it's been kind of a slow stream. It's a lot of repetitive work, and then someone asked about Screen Australia, so I kind of got a bit off topic. But we're still going. I'm not going to probably finish up soon, though. Do I think UE5 meta sounds has the potential to replace audio middleware? I don't know. I haven't looked into it. I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know. You'll have to ask someone else that question. Metric component score. I just gotta find the... here we go. I need to open this, and I need to open one more thing. I need to open this one. How long have I been gone? I've lost track of time. I have no idea how long I've been on. I can't seem to find where the number is. Where does it show that? It shows the average view duration, but it doesn't show me how long. Oh, almost 4 hours. Wow. What's a good language? Depends. Depends on what you're doing. If you're using Unreal, just start Blueprints. It's easy. If you're not using Unreal, I don't know. It depends on the engine. Because each one has its own language, I think. Or maybe they'll have the same language, but they'll have a different API, or they'll have different supported languages to choose from. So it really depends. But yeah, if you're thinking to start the way I started, Unreal Blueprints is... Well, I mean, that was a good way for me to start. That's another thing. It also depends on you, on what you like. If you're very program savvy, maybe, I don't know, maybe C++ is where you'd want to start first, but I'm not like that. I'm really, I have an art background. I'm not really meant to know this stuff. So I thought Blueprints was a good way for me to start. But yeah, it'll depend a lot on you. Because remember, this isn't about starting. It's what language should you start with, and that the emphasis on you is really important because that depends. I need to copy this. That's what I was doing. Okay, now the score the score widget should animate in. Oh, it's still not doing it. God. What? God. All right, I can figure this out. Oh, maybe that's why. Let's try that again. Okay, it's still not working. Unable to read property. Oh, interesting. It seems... Wait, what? Play animation. Access none, trying to read animated widget. Okay, it's still not well, and that might not be from that. It might be from another thing that it's doing that too. Let me just type it in from scratch. And then if I go to the score, and then I go remove, I mean, yeah, that should, I don't know, that should work. Let's try it again. Oh, okay, now it just nothing loads. Of course. Oh, still nothing. What thing do I have to compile? Still nothing. Let's try again. Okay, not animating, but it's spawning at least. That is weird. All right, maybe I have to do more work outside to figure that one out. I mean, yeah, to be fair, it's my first time trying this. I probably would have gotten something wrong. Okay, now I got 3 errors. It doesn't tell me which one this is on though, which is a bit annoying. I know what class it's on, but I don't know which specific metric has caused that bug. So that's a... Let me just read this carefully. Create widget, cast to the metric class. Okay, maybe this is where it's going wrong. It could be just... Oh, no, because it is trying to call it. So maybe it is... Let's try adding this. See if it actually does cast. Oh yeah. See, yeah, that's another thing. It's got, with these components, they're really fidgety, which is a bit annoying, but it's beyond my ability to repair, so I have to just kind of work with it. I have to compile something. There's one specific thing I have to compile after everything else, and then it'll work. And I keep forget, because it keeps changing. I don't know which one it is. I think it's this one. Okay, there we go. All right, so it's casting, which is good. So that copy pasting I did has not gone to waste, because it is actually casting to the object correctly. But I need to check something. Okay, you know, that's fine. Yeah, so it's assigning this variable, but this thing, colon spawn widget, it seems to not know what widget it's doing it to, which is not good. But it is up. Is it? Let me check something. Is it still actually up? Oh, yeah. Hold on. I gotta go compile that. Let me just, if the widget still, if it's still keeping track of, okay, it's still updating itself, which is good. So that means it is trying to assign that value, but it's not returning the right value, which is unfortunate. Why not UE? Oh, why not UE5? Yeah, a lot of reasons, but in short, it's not that simple. You don't just hit upgrade. Anyone who tells you that is lying. Like, unless you've got nothing in the project, then yeah, you could do it. But I have so much stuff in here that would take weeks to port. Everyone keeps saying that it's seamless, but that is absolutely not true. Even from upgrading to UE4 0.26227 completely broke my game. So and also, yeah, I think I said this last week, but UE5 doesn't have anything I need. I've already got more than what I need with UE4, and I'm happy with it, and it works. So yeah. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Just don't touch it. So yeah, that's why. It's not, yeah, like, I never quite understand. I've never really related with this, but I've noticed that a lot of people get really excited when new engine versions come out, and I never get it. I've never understood it, honestly. Like, because I don't know, I don't really care that much about what the engine can do. I care about what I can do with it. So the way I see it, UE4 is a perfectly fine, sturdy tool for me to do what I want, and that's it. From that one view alone, I kind of have stopped caring about like updates because I don't need them. Like, nothing is particularly urgent enough for me to update it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Seth knows. He knows. It's, yeah. I think people get the idea that it's easy because they try it with like a sample project. They have like a sample project where they've imported like one asset, and then they port it to UE5 and go, "Oh, that's fine. It worked great." And it's like, good for you. Yeah, that might work. But I don't have that. I have a lot more than just a sample project. I have like years of stuff in here, and it's just not worth it. Like, it's, yeah, because and for what? Like, what do I get from UE5 that I don't already have? I'm not going to use like ray tracing or whatever the hell else there is. Like, it's all cool. I'm not saying that those are bad. It's just I don't need them. Like, I'm not planning on using them. I don't need them. It's not going to make the game better by having ray tracing in an anime game. You know, like a non-photorealistic game. Like, that's just not gonna make it better. So yeah. Oh, thanks Baka Bros for the $5. Any advice to help our channel grow? Not really. Like, I honestly don't know. I don't know, man. I upload videos sometimes and people come and watch, and I don't know why, but they do, and that's cool. I'm very grateful for that, but I don't know why they come. I'm sorry. I know it's terrible advice, but I genuinely don't know. Like, I'm just here doing my thing. I haven't done like a Mr. Beast course on YouTube or anything. So yeah, I wouldn't even consider myself a YouTuber, to be honest. Like, I'm a game developer and I just happen to do YouTube sometimes, but I would not consider myself a game dev YouTuber because I'm not like uploading daily content or anything. I'm not making like top 5 game dev tips because like I have better stuff to do. So yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, you might want to ask someone else. I don't really know how. Do I like? I do like streaming. Yeah. But I think videos are better. Not in terms of like what I enjoy, because I really editing is not my most favorite thing. But yeah, so I do enjoy streaming more because I can just show people stuff. But I also think the videos are much more entertaining, which is why I still make them, because I know that more people would be interested in like the cut down version, because no one's gonna care. Like whatever I'm doing now. Well, actually, no, I guess that's not true. Like 100 people care, but you know, like like this is the stuff for like the core fans, I think, that are actually like want to know exactly what's happening. But I don't think most people care exactly what's happening. And it's not that interesting. Like most of it's stuff like this where I'm just trying to figure out how to animate the HUD. That's not really that interesting. It's just part of the job that has to get done, you know. You are a I guess if you say so. I mean, sure. I guess if you think so, but I don't know. I think I mean, yeah, I don't consider it my main thing. I'm like game developer that just does videos sometimes and streams sometimes. But if I was like a game dev YouTube, I think I'd probably be uploading like every day or whatever the hell people do now for the algorithm. I'd care a lot about the algorithm probably. I'd understand how the algorithm works, and I would be in there grinding every day. But I don't think, one of the reasons I don't consider myself a game dev YouTuber is because I don't think that is a good idea. And I know it's ironic because you guys seem to think that I am one, but it's very dangerous. Like, if you're thinking of starting a devlog, just be careful, because it's a lot of work that you could easily not do. So that's just something to keep in mind. But I guess that could count as advice. So I guess that's all I have to say. Just think about it. Don't do it for views. Just, I don't know. Is there an equation to calculate the HUD? Yes, there is. I think I did that recently. I'm just trying to think. Yeah, because I got like maybe 10 minutes left, and I need to figure out why the score widget should be animating in. That's what I want to happen, but I don't know why it isn't. And I think it actually, yeah, it's getting the thing, the print string is getting called, the event is getting called, but nothing's happening. And I think, yeah, no, it's because of this animated widget is not getting assigned, and I don't know for the life of me why not. That's the thing I'm a little upset by right now. Because I'm literally right here where it says metric score, I'm telling it what that is. I'm saying assign this thing, and it's just not doing it. And why? Why is it not doing it? I don't know. Why is it not working? Please, if I ask nicely, do you think it'll work? I don't know. You look forward to seeing? Yeah, I'm probably gonna have a massive cry when this is done. Yep. Yeah, but you probably already you probably already know more than I do about YouTube. If you already got it. That's the risk investment you have, is the more time you spend on videos, the less time on the game. So you gotta be smart about that. Yeah, exactly. Because there are errors, but the errors are not very specific. And I don't know where the errors are coming from. Like, yeah, there's one error here. And I know what it says. It says it's not it can't read the animated widget variable. And it's like, cool, but it doesn't tell me which of my child classes is causing that. So that's what I don't know. Because I know that that's happening somewhere. I don't know where it's happening. I don't know which specific instance of this is causing that. But yeah, anyway. I'm going to start talking in circles. Like, I'm literally telling it here that that is the animated widget. And it's like, oh, I don't know what's that. I have no idea what that is. And it's like, yeah, you do. I just told you. Like, it's called, yeah. All right. I'm going to make a print string to see if this is actually getting called or not. Assign the thing. That's the print string I'm going to leave. Yeah, so it is... Oh, wait. Wait a minute. It's calling it a lot, and I don't know why. Because this is the score metric, and that print string happened 5 times. It should only happen once. So that's weird, but I'm out of time, so I'm gonna have to fix that later. I hate ending streams this way. Believe me, it's so anticlimactic because I've come across this problem that I have no idea how to fix. And then that's just it. But, you know, I have to get going. I gotta get my walk in and I gotta eat. You know, that's when someone asked me about burnout earlier, I don't know if they're still here, but that's something I've tried to do as well. I'm getting into some better habits. I'm actually like rigidly sticking to like a walk schedule, which I did drop a little bit during the video, but I've brought it back because that's important. I'm actually, yeah, because yesterday I was on my walk and I had something I was trying to calculate. And then when I sat down for like a minute and then it just came to me and I was like, oh, so maybe that'll happen. Who knows? That'd be cool if it did. But I'm going to save all this. And yeah. Did you code something that fires? Yes. But it seems to not do what I want. So that yeah. Am I eating what I'm trying to? I probably don't have the most healthy food choice, but I'm going to do something about that. I am sleeping a bit more, which is good. I'm not staying up till, like, I'm not pulling all-nighters anymore. I'm not staying up till 4 a.m. anymore. So that's probably a good thing. And I am trying, I should probably drink more, I think. That's something I'm not doing. But thanks for the reminder. You have a vague walk schedule? Hell yeah, man. That's great. That's awesome. Oh my god, I was literally just asked this. I'm not upgrading to UE5. I never. That's not happening. I was literally asked this like 2 minutes ago. And yeah. It's not, you don't hit upgrade. It's not a simple upgrade. It's complicated. It breaks stuff. I know that everyone says it doesn't, but it does, okay? And I know from experience. So no, I'm not doing it. If you want to upgrade, you can do it, but I'm not upgrading my one. I'm going to keep it exactly as it is because it works. Well, mostly. It mostly works. Cell shading. I think I've already got a cell shading tutorial. Well, I guess, yeah, I'm pretty sure I do. It was a long time ago, but it's there. What time do I usually stream? I don't really have I don't know. I have a work schedule, but I can't always stream what I work on because, you know, some stuff is like really boring. Some is very sensitive. Like, you know, like the other week, for example, I was writing up a new contract and creative brief for my designer, which I obviously can't stream. So I kind of just, I stream whenever there's something that looks interesting, which is, it changes. That's why I don't call myself a YouTuber, because if I was a YouTuber, I would have a very rigid stream schedule, but I just don't, because, like, you know, there's some stuff that really isn't that interesting, and I don't know when that stuff happens. It just kind of, it's spontaneous. I know I would get more viewers if I had a regular schedule, but I'm just doing what's best for me. I used to stay up real late to stream at a specific time when I was doing Twitch, and I'm never doing that again, because I know for you guys that was convenient, but it completely destroyed me. So I've decided I'm not going to do that anymore. But I do, for those that are just miraculously available whenever I hit live, I do appreciate that so much. That you guys are willing to put up with me not having a schedule. I do apologize, but literally, like, that, I'm just trying to do what's best for the project, even if it means I can't stream all of it. But, you know, I try to stream when I can. So to know my schedule, you got to hit the bell, and the schedule will get dictated to you as it happens. Yes, it's all done in visual scripting. But anyway, it is 6:05. I'm gonna go. Thanks so much for coming and watching me work. I'm sorry if I didn't get around to getting all to. I didn't realize I'd get so many questions. I'm not used to getting asked that many questions, so if I didn't get to all of them, I'm sorry. But these are kind of like work streams, so I will go long periods without like forgetting that you guys are there. So this is just, yeah, if you just want to come see what I do, that's kind of what these streams are. I might, maybe for the 100k special, I might do some kind of Q&A if you'd be interested in that. But we got to get to there first. I think we're at 90 something, which is pretty cool. If we can get to 100, yeah, if you guys want, I might do something. But anyway, that's all for now. I gotta get going. Thanks for sticking around. I will catch you whenever I hit live next. So hit that bell and smash that bell and check out. Oh, and by the way, check the merch dropout too. It's available for 6 more days. So if you do want this specific design with the crate, you have until the 11th, I think, is when it ends. And that is